Hello world, how we doing? What's up? It's us. We're here for
Hello.
some tales of Andrea. Hi. Well, welcome to the Owlbear Inn, where we sit down and play tabletop games regularly, as well as some video games and other things as well. So check out those stuff. Such and wonderfulness. Words. They were doing fine for me before, but now that we hit the go button, it's they're escaping me. They're running away. Any hoozles, this week we have the normal lineup of things. Our rotational show is into Here Be Shenanigans with the wonderful Ben, who plays Jartis, in as the host there, going through Psychonauts. Valheim's still happening on Wednesdays. Into the Madness and Nightbane happening on their days. Madness on Tuesday, Nightbane on Saturday.
That's Nightmare, sir.
Ah, you know, it is madness all the same. Nightmare, though, those are two different shows. But check those out. Our socials. Twitter is the best place to see what we've got going on the day and to keep track of how all that's going.
Yay!
Last little bit for announcement things. We just kind of jumped right into those announcements and even say we're doing them. Sirenscape, everybody, a wonderful platform that you can use online, sharing it with all the players so they can hear what you're hearing. It's great, sets the mood, sets the tune, and helps the RP element. Go check them out. I think that's it from me. Has anyone else got anything?
No.
I think we just want to hop into this and get straight into it. So on that lovely note, let's roll that intro.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter we had in gales and floods. We've not at least sorrow and loss may abound, we'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
We're back.
Yay.
Last time, on Tales of Andrea,
Yay.
we had a wonderful... Let me just get rid of that noise. I forgot about that. Sorry, everybody. A little backfeed. So, we started off last time with Prologue, and the rest of the party being present as well, but primarily Prologue being accused and tried in the shallowest way for a crime that he unknowingly committed inside their location. He pled guilty and got off on the lighter charges, requiring himself to undergo a favor of some kind for the estates. They went about their business, met Jeth, bought a few crystals that turned into fun magical items. Landriel had a fun conversation with Ulrich and managed to get the belt from him, so he has another piece that he has to get acquainted with before attuning to it. The rest of the party is waiting on the boat for Sabre and Landriel to come back, while Landriel, at the end of it, was asked of another favor, a personal favor, from one of the admirals, Admiral Lars, to look into the actions of the one they know to be Danya, to be the right hand of Sardras. For the purposes of this, though, it's towards the end of the day. We're going to start on the boat. Prologue, while you're dancing around, well, Finestorm, you would see this first, being your passive perception, as ridiculous as it is. There is, in fact, the crew, the rest of the crew of the Nightlock, returning to the boat. It's night at this point, so Sabre does not have her umbrella up or glasses on. They are both removed and they're just walking. Everyone's got a bit of a smile and cheeriness about them as they come up to the boat itself. One thing you would have noticed, Finestorm, and Aberrat, you would recognize this as well. Even though it is night, the streets are still very busy. There are many people about, nightlife happening and prevalent on the streets. As far as what goes on next, what are you all doing?
Abrat is going to stay stoically standing at the spot that he and Anubis I used to stand at all the time.
Oh.
I'm staying in my shadow.
Prologue is going to approach the captain.
Me.
Prologue, give me a perception check to notice the captain.
Oh, okay. Very good.
They have a passive perception that would notice it immediately.
18.
18. Wow, good. You notice her. She's coming up to the dock area. She hasn't quite gotten to the boat just yet.
So Prologue will signal to Finestorm and then to Aberrat to come to where he is.
I see Prologue single somewhere over there. I'm like, I think he wants me.
You've shifted a shadow ever since and just stealthily moving around the boat.
We'll go up to him.
Okay. Jartis is there too. Jartis, where were you?
Yeah, I think he was with me because we had been talking.
You had been, yeah.
Wasn't I kind of hanging back? In,
I actually did mean to signal for Jartis and not Aberrat.
Oh.
But I can signal to all three of them. That makes it easier.
Well, Aberrat meanders over thinking you're signaling to them as well. You get 3 people walking up to you.
Excellent. So upon the captain arriving at the boat, Prologue will say to her, Captain, I have acquired 2 more individuals to assist me. This is Finestorm. This is Jartus.
All right. Fine, Storm. Where are you from?
Here to die.
Oh. Jartus, where are you from?
Originally, I hail from an area I don't quite remember fully, but I am of the Chalice estate, and I've been there for most of my life.
Very good. Prologue, do you accept responsibility for these 2 individuals?
Yes.
Good. See to that they're trained and they can help on the boat. She continues walking up the gangway past you.
Captain,
Yes?
per the conversation in the mountain, the ship needs to leave soon.
No, good. I thought we would be leaving as soon as I got back. I know it's late, but I did plan on leaving. We did say today at first.
Excellent. Yolandriel has not yet returned.
Will we be leaving when your Londriel arrives?
Yes, if that is possible.
Real quick, everyone who's with him, give me intelligence checks. So, Abarat, Jartus, and Finestorm.
13.
13, okay. So just roll a d20, Jartus, and add your intelligence modifier.
9. There's a 12.
12.
No, 11.
11, okay.
15.
15. Good. You all remember very clearly that you were told to wait for Boomstick Bill to be ready and to arrive on the boat tomorrow to leave, and that you should not be leaving before Boomstick Bill. But that is what the 3 of you remember. Whether or not you say anything is entirely up to you.
I never questioned the Holy One.
I interject that we need to wait for Boomstick Bill because we have an arrangement that would benefit us greatly if we did so.
Jartus, you would also know that if you left without Boomstick Bill, that would be seen as a violation of your agreement with the Shallows and would be immediately marked as criminals and hunted down.
And I think, as a small Shakespearean aside, I would like to make sure that my motivations are aligned with those that I'm with, rather than merely stating my self-interest. So I think I'm going to try and persuade them that it is in their best interest to wait for Boomstick Bill.
Then do so.
The captain.
Up here.
Okay. I think if we decided to wait for Boomstick Bill, like we said we would.
Yes, Jartus. Thank you for the reminder. I had forgotten. Yes, Captain. A deal was made with the Shallows to go the same place we were going with another individual, Boomstick Bill.
Oh.
He also will be under my protection.
Under your protection. Right. Well, by deal, you mean, we're getting paid?
No.
Then why did you go in a deal with the Shallows?
It was either that or the boat could not leave. Or, I'm not sure. Maybe I could not leave. There was a law that was broken.
I should have figured. Very well. We will be sure to wait for Boomstick Bill to arrive. And did you say Admiral?
He was in the Admiral.
Last I checked, he was just a captain. Well, things
He should
change.
be here in the morning.
She yawns. I'm like, good. It's been a long 2 days. If you don't mind, if you have anything else, if we can wait for tomorrow.
Sleep well, Captain.
Good.
Can I just say how grateful the word choice was on there was a law that was broken and it was left there? Because I was about to say something that would assert the importance of what we're doing, but you just... I was like, yes.
As
I'll
the
just leave it
captain
at that.
leaves, by the way, Abrat is going to walk up beside her as she's walking and just softly say to her, this Boomstick Bill expressed an interest in me and my physiology.
Who wouldn't? You're
I know
fascinating.
you... Yes, exactly. I know you have a sample of me currently, and I trust you with that. I don't currently trust this Boomstick Bill, though. So, do you think it would be beneficial as a whole to trust him enough to study me?
As a whole, when it comes to the Shallows estate, I believe the people here should be trusted to a certain degree. When it comes to Bill, from what I've heard of him, he's fairly trustworthy. He originates from the Zarthor, the nomad clan out there. I'm not sure why he came from there and came over to the Shallows and joined them, but he's climbed the ranks quickly and is honestly quite brilliant. He's almost as good as a chemist as me. But I will leave that to your best judgment.
Yes.
I will be sure not to give him any of my sample. I will leave that for myself. But if I were to say,
For sample.
I would probably trust him.
Thank you, Captain. And then Abrat will just let her keep walking, and he'll walk back to the front of the boat.
Utonis kind of looks at you and you could see that large hat that he had wearing on when you last saw him leave the boat. It's gone. It's nowhere seen, nowhere on his body, and his suit's a little bit more messed up. I've got to sleep. I'll see you later. And Tontor walks up to you, Prologue, and a law was broken.
Yes. Apparently, it is illegal to decline a meeting with the rulers here.
He just slaps you on the back while he starts walking away, laughing loudly. It's when he's walking away, you notice that there is a sleeping Kandros who is being basically just strung up and held as a sack of some kind, swinging behind him, completely passed out. Before Tontor goes below decks, he just plops him on one of the crates on top, and then wanders down below. With that, do you all have anything else you'd like to do for the rest of the night?
Shadows!
To the shadows!
So is it nighttime now?
It is
Like
nighttime
sleep
now.
time?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. You're getting a little later in the day. This being your second day, you recognize it. It's loud. There are more boats in the dockyard. And from what you can see on the second dockyard, there are some arriving there. It looks like boats are coming in. They're arriving in the shallows, and there's a lot of the docks are becoming to be occupied. And more people are on the streets, wandering around.
Prologue is going to assume Fine Storm can take care of himself, and then signal to
gone.
Jartis and
I'm
say,
Batman.
Jartis, follow me. And he's going to show them the bed quarters that they've been staying in.
Okay. It's
So
a
I
modest.
follow.
It's a modest bed quarters. He takes you below decks. You can see there are several hammocks already swinging where the crew can align them up in the lower deck area, and some snores are coming from a few of the hammocks. But turns and there's this makeshift room that's been built. You can see it's out of basically just planks of wood that have been stood up and then hammered in to stay standing in this hold area. Turn, a door opens a door, and there are a couple of very modest beds crammed together in this small space.
So, Prologue, which one of these is mine? Do we own one of these? Do we cycle around? What would you like me to do, sir?
What is the bed formation in?
You've basically got 5 small beds that, for Prologue, are too small. For Jartis, too large. And for everyone else, just right.
Okay, so
maybe
Or
a
a
couple
three
of
little
feet
bears
wide.
situation?
okay,
3 little
so
bears, yeah.
Prologue will point at Percy's old bed and say, "You can sleep there."
Small blood stain or a drop of blood landed.
Rip. Okay, well, I will accept. So, thank you. So, am I staying in the bloody bed? Is that what's happening?
I mean,
No,
that's your
it's not
bed. Your
bloody.
sleep bed.
Blood.
You do whatever you
It's
want.
just a little thing of flavor. It's not
Okay.
bloody. By no means, it's not bloody.
Just a drop?
Just a drop. A single drop.
Just, keeping it
On the pillow where you
Sure,
I
bloody.
You just flip the pillow over. Okay.
Yeah, I think I will do that. I will flip that mattress over. Hopefully it's cleaner on the other side. What do I see?
It's cleaner on the other side for sure. There are divots and little dirt marks from where the wood was keeping up that mattress area. But as you're flipping it, you realize it's basically just a bunch of straw shoved in a cotton sack. Elongated cotton sack to make a makeshift bed.
Can I cast Detect Poison and Disease right now?
Sure, go for it.
Because I'm not feeling good about this bed.
Go for it. Do it. What's that spell do? Read it off for us.
For the
Why
duration,
don't you
you can
pick up
sense
the
the presence and location of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of you. You can also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case. Can penetrate
Okay.
most barriers, but is blocked by a foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
All right, and you said 30 feet from you?
Yeah, so I'm mostly trying to investigate this bed.
Well, your bed is clean.
Ah, yeah.
The other beds are clean. But as you feel out and push out, you do sense poisons.
Uh-oh.
About
What
30
kind?
feet from one of the walls. It's just at the edge of your range.
Am I more than 30 feet away from them? I'm sorry.
You're on the
So I
top
can-
deck in a different area. Yeah, you're more than 30 feet away.
Because I don't think I can tell where exactly, but I can tell what type poison, right?
It's rat poison.
Oh, okay. All right. Nothing to
And
worry
given you got some food on the boat previously, you would tell that about roughly 30 feet away from you is where Gorm has most of his food storage for the boat. So it would make sense that he has rat poison in that general area.
Okay. Yeah, the knowledge of rat poison is very comforting. I'm glad it gives you the type. Otherwise,
I'm
I'd be
glad
like,
it gives you the
horrible.
type too. That would have been interesting.
Like, I don't necessarily need the exact location so much as it's like, is this a highly advanced toxin?
No, they got rid of the things that were bringing that on board. Is there anything else? Anyone? So, Abrat,
No,
you're doing
I'd
your
take relief in the bed.
in the bed.
I'd chill.
Little relaxing
Yeah, yeah.
moments as you
Mhm.
realize you've flipped to the area where the dead body was stored for a few days.
No disease.
Abrat's going to go into a trance at the front of the boat for about 6 hours.
Trance mode. Not quite statue mode, but trance mode.
Prologue's going to sleep immediately.
Perfect. Jartis, you see Prologue climb into one of the areas as well, and you wonder for a second, how can he be comfortable? About 2 feet of him on either side is sticking out of the bed. It is definitely not big enough for him. Very small compared to his size.
Well, he said there are 5 beds, right? And
There are.
a couple of us aren't spending nights in bed, so he could push 2 together.
He could, and with actually that's a fair point. Anubisai's not with you all anymore, so I just kind of assumed you would push 2 together, Prologue, with Anubisai not sleeping. Do you still have 2 together, or do you think Prologue would know well enough that Abrat's not going to sleep in one of the beds because he does a trance?
Prologue's going to roll insight on this. That'd be best. Prologue doesn't think of it. No, he stayed in one bed.
Stayed warm? Okay.
Rolled a 2, in case you're wondering.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Making it available. It's a nice gesture, Prologue. Look at that. For the night, fine storm. Anything? Are you gonna lurk on the top of the boat?
Yeah, I'm going to find a really good shadow and eventually curl up and go to sleep.
You
But I'm
find
going to watch for as long as I can, yeah.
So you find a shadow. You find a spot to curl up. And while you're curling up, you get a voice in your head.
It's quieter up here. Would you like to join the crow's nest?
It's worrisome. Somebody that can see me? I will go up in the crow's nest.
When you climb up the crow's nest, you poke your head up, and you see this strange... You've seen harpies and you've seen Aarakocra before. Aarakocra are prevalent in Iridai. But this is different. It's like a mix between the two. It's very humanoid in shape. There are feathery absences coming out of where hair would be, and the wings are very feathered and very large. He also has this massive bow on him. And these things that, for a second, you think are ballista bolts, but they're not. And you realize the bow is designed for holding with your feet. When you look down at his feet, they are bird-like. He kind of cocks his head at you for a moment.
Sorotik. That's my name.
This one is called Firestorm.
Fine storm. I saw you creeping down there. Very clever. Very hidey. Lost
Most
you a few
impressive.
times.
Most people can't see me.
I'm not most people.
Just I can tell. Thank you for the offer.
Of course. We can trade shifts. Keep watch. You sleep. I'll be awake.
Okay.
He turns around immediately and just starts... You could see he's got a very fine eye as he starts scanning the streets, scanning different bits. His eyes darting around very rapidly in amongst locations. An adept preserver, or that's not the word. Preserver?
Observer.
Observer, thank you. That's the word.
Observer.
A very adept observer. Very capable.
Cool. He dies first. I mean,
Just toss
Not
him
so
off.
Teak. He's the only flipper here.
okay.
Yolandriel,
Mm-hmm.
you depart the Wendorium Emporium. And the streets, as soon as you open that outside door, you're immediately blasted by noise. For a second, you forgot where you were for a moment, and how noisy the inside of this mountain can be, with the reflection of noise and echoing around. Having the inside of the Wendorium Emporium being quiet. There are people wandering the streets. You're on the 3rd floor, so you know you'll have to go to the gate and get an escort to be brought down to the bottom of the mountain. Where do you go?
I find an escort,
Okay.
and then I leave.
While you're walking through the streets, roll me a perception.
Okay, I'm gonna also try to do something, but I'll roll this perception first. You know what? Not gonna roll. Didn't roll. Passive. Of 16.
Passive of 16. While you were walking to the gate, it's strange. There's something in the back of your head that makes you feel like you're being watched. So you look around once, and you see that there's one person who's looking at you, and then when you meet eyes, looks away. This person standing in front of a fruit stall has a fruit in their hand. And then you feel like it again. So you look to the other side and you see another person looking at you and meet eyes, they look away. This one's in front of a jewellery stand and is looking at a fine piece of jewellery. Both of them look fairly well equipped. Not poor like some of the people walking around here. Everyone has weapons. Everyone in this place is equipped. You're in a pirate town. But these ones, they look a little richer.
What?
These ones are a bit richer.
Okay. I acknowledge. 2 followers. I am, it's nighttime, correct?
It is. However, you're on the inside of the building. The only sense of nighttime
still?
you get...
Oh.
Yeah, you're still on the inside of the mountain. Jeth's is inside the mountain.
Oh, okay. I thought I was outside already.
No, it's level 3 inside. That's way up.
Yeah,
So-
then I just keep going.
Very bright, essentially. Those glowstones, they don't change brightness, no matter what time of day.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking for an escort so I can keep going down.
Oh, you, with ease, make it down to where the gate is, and with your passive perception of 16, realize the entire time you are being watched and followed, but it's not the same 2 individuals. It changes out a few times. Apologies about the dog barks. There is a Friendsgiving going on inside this house, and the dogs don't know how to shut up. But you make it to the gate, to the lower levels, and get an escort, easy enough. And are brought down to the bottom portions.
Okay, I believe I walk towards the boat, but I am going to peel off at some point down a dark alley so I can spend some of my... Where's it at? Oh, wait. It's my ability to fly. Where'd it go? Oh, Steps of Night. As a bonus action, when you are in dim light or darkness, you can magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. I have 2 uses of that.
2
So I'm
uses.
just going to glide over the buildings. That way I get to the boat faster.
Okay. Yeah. While you're gliding over the buildings, you do go over some sections that are more populated than others. People notice you. But
I give
unlike
them
on the mainland, where people start freaking out and not enjoying seeing this, they just kind of look up, acknowledge. A few people hit the person they're next to and point up at you, but no one freaks out. If anything, they find it like a bit of a cool sight.
Cool. How close to the docks do I make?
You make it about halfway.
Good enough.
What's your fly speed? It's 60 feet, right?
60 feet dash, yeah.
Are you going full speed, so dashing as well?
Mm-hmm.
You can.
Yeah, I'm cruising.
You would make it the full way, because it's a downhill, basically just cruising down, just trying to maintain elevation, letting gravity do the rest of the work.
Yeah, at some point it looks like in midair I'm like leaned back against something, like I'm standing against a wall as I'm just like cruising.
See me cruising. If you're gonna go dash the entire way, you're gonna be getting the docks just at the end of this.
Okay, I'm gonna start getting low.
So you're getting low, but are you maintaining the dash?
Getting low and slowing down.
Slowing down, okay.
I'm not going 60 feet for like, 3 seconds?
You get low and slow down a bit and manage to come to like a running stop on the dock area and get up to the boat. The moon's fairly high in the sky at this point. When you left the mountain, it might have actually come as a bit of a surprise that it's night, because you can't actually see anything outside, and it's the same kind of brightness inside the mountain at all times.
Like a casino.
Kind of like a casino, yeah. You get screwed for time if you don't have a way of keeping track of it.
Mm-hmm. Stay here forever. Spend your money. Yeah. I walk up the boat.
Okay. It's clearly on night staff and night crew.
I say hello to everybody on my way down to where everyone's sleeping. And I'm gonna
nod back and say hello. All the normal, wonderful stuff.
I'm gonna find out where Jardis is sleeping.
When you look around, you don't see Jartis, but then you go to your quarters area and you see him curled up in one of the beds. Braspetus's old bed.
Okay, I'm just gonna be like, because he is asleep. Are you asleep, Jarvis? Well, are you?
Is that is that a question I can answer? Despite having cleaned the area, I'm still mildly unsettled by the blood, so I've not been able to fall asleep quite yet.
All right, then I'm gonna wait until you acknowledge my presence in the room, trying not to.
So I guess I'll turn over because I hear him come down the stairs. It's probably not a quiet affair moving around the boat.
It's a little late. It's not a quiet affair, but there are people moving around the boats. It's going to be a low DC, but Jartis, give me a Constitution check.
Constitution.
Prologue would either like to hear this happening too, or if it's all right to backtrack a second, he wants to start attuning to his new ring.
You have to do that after a long rest. So when you wake up in the morning, you can choose to be attuned to it.
Oh, misread. Okay, cool. Thanks.
I got a 7 + 3.
So 10?
Yeah.
It's easy enough. You're not used to boats. You're not used to sleeping in the loud environment of the ocean waves and such going on, lapping on the sides of it itself. So you do wake up when your Londriel opens up the door and comes in. And Prologue, if you would like to wake up as well, I would say another con check for that too. Your DC will be higher, because at this point you would definitely be used to it.
Okay. Yeah, Prologue would like to notice that. So you want me to roll for a con save?
A con check. So not the save, just roll a d20 and add your Constitution
22.
modifier. You definitely wake up. You definitely wake up.
Okay.
Barbarians, y'all.
Yolandriel. What's news?
Well, some developments, but nothing that I really care that much about. Talk about it in the morning.
Yes, a meeting in the morning.
still leaving when he gets here?
Yes, that is the plan. The captain told and introduced to the new members.
Cool. I'm going to turn to Jardis. How are you doing?
As well as one can. I'm not quite used to boats.
Prologue goes back to sleep.
Yeah, I expected as much as him to just roll over.
Prologue, you do notice that Fine Storm and Abrat are not in the room, so you could use that other bed if you wanted, for a more comfortable sleep.
Let's come on now.
I continue with Jardis.
Still didn't figure it out.
Okay, okay.
I say, well, you'll get used to it. Don't worry about it.
Guess they say sea legs be free legs, right?
I look at you and I'm like, they say that?
I say that. So it's like a trying to make conversation. And can I make a check on that?
If you want. Yeah, for
so
what?
I didn't hear
my
any of
joke
that
land?
because the howling going on, so...
I said sea legs be free legs, and he's like, "Who says that?" And I'm like, "I says that."
So is this a performance check?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Jartis, if you want that to be a saying in the Chalice Estate, is that a saying in the Chalice Estate?
Yes.
Then it's a saying in the
Deception,
Chalice
then.
Estate. That's a thing.
Okay.
It's
There
true.
we go.
Sounds like
Oh,
a
it is?
deception roll to me.
That sounds like
That's not a deception roll. That's not a deception roll. That is if your Londriel doesn't believe it, that would be an insight roll from your Londriel to see if he
Okay,
realizes, because
100%.
Jartis is telling the
100%
truth.
insight roll.
He is 100% telling the
Uh-oh.
truth, so there's no deception in the statement.
25.
You sense he is telling the truth.
I look at him straight in the eye and I say, this place is really weird. Anyway,
Well, it takes a lot of weird to get our jobs done most of the time.
you wouldn't believe what they call dragons back where we just were. Anyway, get some sleep. I'll talk to you about that in the morning. And then I turn around and I leave.
So rather curious, I still decide to go to bed. I'm like, dragoons, what do they call them? And then I start drifting, thinking about what they could call dragons.
Okay.
I go to sleep.
The rest of the night, perspires, goes...
Perspires? It
that's
sweats?
apparently that's the word I wanted to say was perspires, so I said it, amused at myself for saying the word perspires.
I think it makes contextual sense.
It goes well. Your Londriel.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I forgot to say before I go to sleep, I have the belt in my hand when I go to sleep. I'm trying to roughly attune to this fucking thing.
Your sleeps are a little disturbed. You clutch that belt in your hands and look at it, ponder the meaning of what it is to have another piece. You have the helmet, halberd, the breastplate. You know where the braces are. You have the helmet, wow, words. What's going on? And you have the belt now. What other pieces are left? What do you have to do to get these ones to accept you? And you fall asleep. And then you see a mountain. A lone mountain. There's mountain ranges behind it. They're lush and green, full of life. Behind you yourself is a large forest. Also very lush and green. You stand in a bit of a meadows area, with a group of people that you recognize at this point. Those that you remember to be having traveled with for a while. Flashes forward, you see the inside of the mountain, combat, fighting people, things, different obstacles. The word obstacles always comes to your mind, but you don't know why. And then, finally, a large green stone. a woman's scream, a cry of anger from a male, and blackness, with a single voice inside your head saying, "Wake up, Dorfin. I'm not done with you yet." And that is where you will wake up in the morning.
Okay.
Prologue. As you go to sleep, again, roll over, your dreams, you have a very vivid dream. You dream of being in a village, carrying a fruit basket filled with apples, greeting, saying hello to old friends, going back to your home, saying hello to your children, to your husband. You look in a mirror and you realize you're a woman in this dream. You go about your day cooking, taking care of things, going to the market, doing some work for different locations. Several days pass just rapidly, passing by constantly. It's a loving dream, a beautiful place and a beautiful village. And then a large shadow encompasses the entire place. A fist lands on a building, crushing it in one blow. Flames start erupting from areas, screams of children, of women, of families. You yourself are running, scared for your life, wondering where your children are, wondering where your husband is, wondering if they're okay. Before suddenly you turn around to a shadow approaching as one of the fists meets you. You wake up in the morning. Give me an intelligence check with advantage.
15.
15. It takes a moment, but you very quickly realize that was a Huglo pit fist that just crushed you in your dream. One larger than you have ever seen. The rest of you have very, very peaceful nights.
Losers.
So when Prologue wakes up, now with his attuned new ring on, he's going to use an action to make it be invisible on his hand.
Okay.
No, finger, I guess. And then he's going to see if Yolandrel's awake up yet. Is Yolandrel awake yet?
Am I?
Probably. He might have woken up just seconds before you, having a fairly disturbing dream as well. When you notice him, he's got cold sweats on his brow, on his forehead. And he's breathing a little heavier.
Yolandrel, I don't suppose you were just crushed by a giant fist.
I look at him and I say, "Excuse me?
I don't suppose you were just
crushed?
crushed by a giant fist in your dreams. Yes.
Were you crushed with a fist in your dreams?"
Yes, but I was also a woman. What kind of woman was I? Was it a human woman or?
You were a half-elf.
Oh, a half-elf woman.
You know, there's this doctor in my world, last name Freud. I think he might, I don't know. I think he might want to look into that prologue. I say as I get up and I take I take off my nightshirt and I do another hour of yoga.
He sounds preposterous. So you did not get crushed then in your sleep?
No, the whole reincarnation thing over and over and over again. I keep having dreams of past life. I say,
A meeting after lunch, yes.
yeah,
Not lunch. Breakfast. I meant to say breakfast.
I give him a thumbs up in between so I'm like touching my toes, but I'm doing that thing where I'm like completely bent at the hips and like all the way down, like my chest is touching my knees, and you just see my face, and I give you a thumbs up. Like I thumbs down, but I'm upside down, so it's a thumbs up.
Very good. Prologue goes finds breakfast.
Okay. Jartus.
That's 21 hours of yoga, sorry.
21 hours of
Am
yoga
I
now.
still asleep? What's going on with
You
Jart?
probably would have woken up about the same time that they were finishing up that
Oh, I have heard
conversation.
the Sigmund Freud thing.
Probably.
Okay. Because that would probably interest Jartus because he's not heard a name with that etymology.
Yeah, there's no psychologist like that in Nathriel.
So
Fun fact, there actually is in wonderful Daggerfin, because that's the thing
Yeah,
that
now
was
it
RP'd.
is. Now that's canon. Woo! Anyway,
Turd.
So I would ask
are you
your
asking me?
Landriel. I would
Okay.
ask who such person is, just because the name is so peculiar. So I would, so I roll over, get out of bed, I walk over to your Landriel. I say, well, not to be eavesdropping, but I couldn't help but overhear a name called Freud. That sounds so peculiar. Where are you from?
As I'm like in the middle of a stretch, I say, a place called Daggerfin. It's another realm.
See, I've heard of this place. Who is this man? What does he do?
He's like I don't know, like a mind doctor, like an emotions doctor. I don't know. That people call him a shrink. I just
Does he
vaguely
make
know
people
about him.
smaller?
You know, I was wondering the same thing. Actually, I don't really understand why they would call him a shrink.
So Jartus, I guess, is merely lost in curiosity.
I continued to talk with you about this for the hour of my yoga.
Well, he's
So I'm intrigued.
55 minutes remaining.
downward dog, the whole situations and positions,
whole
having this
situation.
conversation during.
And I think the
potentially awkward
juxtaposition
spots.
is your Landriel is loosening, and I'm like in this tight, like sitting down.
Type
kind of-
four,
And
just
I'm
kind of
an
coiling up.
absolute moron.
Yeah. My weird little goat legs.
For the morning, find Storm and Aberrat. You two are on the top deck. What are you
Indeed.
doing?
No, I'm just waiting for Boomstick Bill and the boat to leave.
If you could talk a little closer to your mic, please. I have
Yeah,
you
hold
all
I
up
can't
as much.
actually. I apologize. There's a dog on my lap, and she will not get off.
Push that down.
Violence!
People say cat owners let their cats rule their lives. But we can barely hear you, is my point, and I've got you up as much as I can go. So I cannot increase your volume any higher. And now we can't hear you at all. But fine, Storm.
That's because I was talking softly to Lily. Anyway, I'm waiting for Boomstick Bill and the boat to leave.
Okay. Anything from Fine Storm?
I gotta remember I have to eat.
Yeah, this character has to eat.
Yeah, eat and sleep and all that stuff. So I'll go find some breakfast.
Easily enough done. You see Sorrel-Teak is already sitting on top, perched up, kind of like a bird, munching on a raw fish while they look around.
Well, that's not terrible. I'll go see what the crew's doing. So breakfast wherever they're having. So I think a tabaxi could easily eat raw fish, but
Probably easily, yeah, but a fine cooked meal might be better.
Well, I'm not going to find a fine cooked meal on
No,
this.
not on a ship. It's more like hardtack.
But I'm going to go see what they're eating. Go get some food.
You get down
Let's listen to what's going on.
well enough. The crew are, those who are up on the main deck are busy getting ready for what looks like to be the departure of getting out of the port itself. What if I see Captain Sabre is wandering around the top deck with Etonis and Tontor as they are discussing aspects. Kandros is still very soundly asleep on top of the crates that Tontor plopped him on top of at the end of last night.
What is Sabre saying?
Oh, wait, that's right, you were observant. Oh, you can read lips. Why? So, they're talking about the distance of travel, how long it's going to take to get to the island, and what their expectations are. And furthermore, talking actually about needing to see if they can swing by the other places, or if the Prologue's crew are going to be needing to go to the peace treaties, which at the end of this journey, if you're staying, you'll get a little more information, but if you can continue on down to breakfast, well, the last bit of information you'll get is basically they're talking about the aspects of being able to get a little more coin by transporting people from Zarthor and Drunok to the mainland for the peace treaties, which will be needing to happen hopefully as soon as you get back from this current mission.
How long is the travel going to take?
12 days to get there, and then 12 days back.
Okay. That's what I'll do, is walk down to get something to eat, but I'm always, looking around and listening, reading what's going on with the crew. Anybody who's speaking common.
The Andreans aren't. The Andreans are actually, the human Andreans are speaking Old Andrean. Language I don't think you know.
No.
So, hey, change of pace. So you don't understand what they're saying, or what they're referencing at. Patience. The other people, though, are mainly talking about the general proceedings of what they need to do, what they still need to prep, and other actions of how and where they're going to go.
Okay. Breakfast.
You meet Prologue, fine enough. He's currently eating what looks to be hardtack, ale, some fruit, other fresh ingredients, seeing as you're still on dock. Not a fine meal, but not the worst meal.
I'll skip the ale. But I'll have water and tact and fresh fruit.
When you walk up to the quartermaster who gives out the food, it's another tabaxi like yourself. Although their hair is matted back and greased, as if they were one of the people who were suited for the water ferrying.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of gives you a look over and... You're not tabaxi from Quela, are you?
No, sir.
Well, he's serving out your food. Where might you be from?
Here to die.
Ah. I heard my race was a bit different there, but I never quite understood how. That's going to get awfully hot if we get into warmer regions. Good luck, he says as he's clearly gesturing at your fur.
I stick to the shadows, so I should be cool.
It is cooler in the shadows. Clearly intending the pun.
Mm-hmm.
Hands you the food well enough.
Go sit with Prologue.
Fine, Storm. How did you sleep?
As this one slept well.
Mm,
I pulled a shift on watch in the crow's nest.
Perfect. When I have a task for
Of course, Holy One.
you. I want you to become very aware of the ship and those who are on it. And make sure that no one else isn't supposed to be on it is so.
Yes, Holy One. It will take me some time. Take this one some time to learn the crew before
Yes.
I know who is supposed to be here and who isn't.
Yes, I expect so. Do your best. There was a problem. Some stowaways travel here.
I shall watch who leaves and enters the ship while we're still here.
Excellent. Also, you may have noticed, Avarat is basically a child. Look out for his well-being.
Yes, Holy One.
Do you have any questions for me?
Will we be heading to the mainland eventually?
It seems likely, but that is not certain.
Thank you.
If Prologue's finished eating at this point, he's going to go up on deck and wait for your laundry.
Then I'll go up on deck, find a shadow, and watch who enters and leaves the ship while we're at port.
Okay. Abrat, you would notice this before then. Would it take Firestorm and Prologue an hour to finish their food, or would they finish that before an hour?
Before?
Before.
That would make sense. Jartis, do you stay with your laundry for the entire hour of yoga?
I find his conversation intriguing and worth my time.
Perfect. There for the hour. Then Abrat, now they've got that cleared and know what everyone else is doing, while you're standing on the deck, observing individuals, the people, there comes a moment where, in the early morning as it is, where the streets are still fairly empty, and you can actually primarily hear the lapping of wood on the side of the boat, there are a few individuals or people walking up to the boat with a couple of crates of goods, and there's this elegantly but not too extravagantly, where his armor is very functional and very capable, blonde-haired, young-looking individual standing directing them all. He carries a couple of interesting contraptions on him that you don't quite fully recognize, and a very strange-looking sword. Most of his outfit is darker in color, and it takes you a moment, but then you realize that's Boomstick Bill, only he's cleaned up, and he's wearing, instead of his some generic stuff, he's wearing his going out good wares. Like he's getting and gearing up to go on an adventure of some kind.
Is the captain at the command deck?
She is. She's on top. And Firestorm and Prologue haven't quite gotten to the top of the deck yet. It's Abrat who's saying this currently.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good.
But as they start approaching up, you see Tonis jump off the top. He never uses the stairs. You've never seen him use the stairs. And Captain Sabre and Tontor start coming down to meet Boomstick Bill as he comes on to the deck. Soon.
I'm going to keep observing.
Okay. Soon after that.
Keep in mind,
Yeah.
by the way, keep in mind I also have observant as a feat, so I can read lips as well.
You also have observant?
That's how my perception's at 22.
Oh my goodness.
Passively.
I thought you were using alert for that. Thought it was a Prologue. If you at this point you would be attuned to the mind shielding, so you can click that attunement button.
Gracias.
Yeah. Make sure you are attuned to the items you want to be attuned to. Because if we hit a combat and you don't have that attunement button clicked, I'm not counting it as attuned. Remember to click the buttons. Por favor. Then in that case, seeing as you've got the observant feat as well, what they're doing is exchanging greetings. You get from Captain Sabre a bit of a question of, Admiral? I thought you were a captain. With Boomstick Bill saying, oh yeah, no, that's recent. And he taps that strange-looking sword on his side and said, got it fairly recently. Only a couple of ships under my command right now, but doing well. Just general greeting. They don't know each other, but they both clearly know of each other. And the reputation that both people hold in the Chalice estate. Eventually, while the crates are being brought on board and brought around, they start talking about, having a conversation about the new acquisition. They never actually state what it is Sabre acquired, but the new acquisition and possibly needing some assistance setting it up. Eventually Bill agrees and looks around with a bit of confused look, clocks you, waves at you, and then you see him say, you don't hear any of this, you're just seeing the lips. You see him say, where's Prologue? And that's about when Prologue and Fine Storm would be coming up from the lower decks. Sees you come up and... Oh, Prologue. Hey.
Greeting. You have arrived. Excellent.
Figured the earlier the better.
True, true. Are you in need of assistance?
Nah, they got it figured out. I was gonna possibly bring a couple of people, but then I heard about capabilities of you all, so just gonna be me on this one.
Good. Burlock turns to the captain and says, leaving now?
Well, if you're good to go, I'm good to go. I've made all my purchases I need to. Rather desperate for some new coins, so I wish this was a paid contract, but that's okay. It's alright. We'll just, charge the king for it, Etonis. Already done.
Excellent.
Well then, chop chop everyone. Get to business. Let's get sailing.
While she says that and everyone starts bustling around, Boomstick Bill, I'm going to start calling him BB. He turns, like, oh, don't forget, Prologue, send a runner up to Sabdras to let him know that you're on the way. He did ask for that to happen, and it would be really bad to upset him again.
Well said.
You just need to send a runner. You don't need to go visit himself. He would appreciate you visiting himself, personally, if I can recommend something to you. It would give and build some more rapport for yourself. But a runner will do. And if you don't mind waiting like an hour or so, I did tell my sister that I would try to wait for her to arrive. She's currently in the lockout for the channel. One of the boats is coming through and she's up next. We would have to wait anyway, but you know, it's up to you. Again, you're in command on this. I'm just here to be protected, I guess. It's kind of weird.
Very well. I will get the runner. Explain the captain the way to me.
Cool.
Prologue's going to exit the boat and look around for a likely person to run things message-wise.
Give me a perception check. Fine Storm, actually. For the most part, you've been sticking around with him. Would you be sticking around with him on this one as well? This would change things, potentially. You are muted.
Always.
Always, always, always. Yeah, if he's getting off the boat, I will stick with him.
Okay. In that case, with your passive insight and your passive perception being where they're at, your insight would clock that Prologue is looking for someone to be that runner, and your perception would clock a general guard who would be able to operate as that runner.
Holy One, that one over there will do.
Excellent. Thank you, Fine Storm. Prologue will go up to that individual. And say,
Burly looking dwarf.
I am Prologue. I have a message from Sabdras. Are you one that could take it to him?
Aye, I could. Given the right amount.
Prologue puts a gold coin in his finger.
He happily takes it. All right, what's the message? As he stuffs it in his belt.
This is Prologue. I am preparing to leave. Do you wish to speak to me first? If so, the boat leaves in an hour.
Prologue's leaving in an hour. Do you want to talk to him? Right. I'll be back soon, I guess. Because, that sounds like it's going to need a reply. Which boat are you?
The one we just got off of.
Prologue points at the boat.
Oh, it's right there. I should have seen that. Right. Okay. Prologue, I'll be back. And he starts running off.
Okay. Prologue gives Fine Storm a pat on the back in thanks and goes back onto the boat, waiting for Yalandriel.
Follow.
Follow
Hey, by
after.
then we're probably headed up.
Do you do anything
Get
about...
breakfast? Probably.
Breakfast is in the lower decks, not the top deck.
Okay, then we're gonna back up.
Eat some breakfast. Head on up. You see Bill's talking to Sabre about Abarat, your observation, if you're... Are you still watching them? In particular?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? They're talking about cannons.
Okay.
And the procedures of installing them into a boat. And what is needed, general supplies, the whole works. When a short time passes, it's going to be about an hour of time that passes. In that hour of waiting, is there anything you all do in particular?
Just get in touch with Prologue. Make sure everything
Find a
is...
position I can watch the gangplank.
Okay.
Preferably in a shadow.
In the shadow.
And
It's all
I'm just generally pleased that we waited for Boomstick Bill.
just sitting there like, oh, good. We're not going to be hunted by pirates now.
Yeah.
Oh, delightful.
So at this point, I'm chilling.
Yeah, I speak with Prologue, and I let him know. I don't know if you want us to repeat this about that
Yes.
Danny new threat.
Up here.
Yes,
Up here.
yes.
Absolutely. Where are you talking to him about this?
I'm probably on my way upstairs as he's on his way down.
Oh, he wasn't always on his way down. He was waiting on the top deck.
He was
for you.
waiting on the top deck.
Oh.
That's why I said breakfast is below, because you wouldn't run into him below, because they're all on top deck.
When we get up top.
Okay.
That's when I just walk up to him and I take a bite of an apple like an asshole and I say, hey, What's going on?
Prologue is at the end of the ship. Whichever end is nearest to the gangplank, unless it's in the middle, then he'll just...
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
It's a little closer to the back end, but it's
front of the
closer to
ship. He's standing on the front of the ship. He waves at your Landriel. And waves him to come on over to where he is.
I do, and I'm just munching on that apple.
Yolandril. Boomstick has arrived, but the ship is waiting an hour. I sent a runner to Sabdras, stating the boat is leaving.
Cool.
What did you discover yesterday?
Who was it that I met with exactly yesterday? It's that one guy who flipped me, Admiral Lars. Yes, okay. I had Admiral, but not Lars. So I think you said it, and I got Admiral out, and then didn't finish. I'm gonna say, when I went to that one magic shop, Admiral Lars came to speak with me. That's why he gave me that coin. They want me to investigate Dania, that lady we met.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but they want us to look into her, but we have more pressing matters.
Well said.
Besides, I don't really want to get too involved with this place.
Yes.
Not unless we absolutely have to.
Yes. How did it go with Ulrich?
Ulrich.
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 I was so close.
Oh yeah, speaking of it, I was going to ask you, what's going on with that belt? When I put my armor on, I definitely tried to...
It is still not responding to you.
Okay, I lift it up to him, and I say, I got the belt, but doesn't like me too much.
One less thing. That is good.
What'd you guys end up getting from the shop?
I got a ring to protect my mind. And this spear, that seems to be good at killing dragons.
Okay, well, is that still a plan?
A plan? No.
Of course.
A hope? Yes.
All I'm imagining is Prologue in a hole with a spear going, kill the dragon, kill the dragon, kill the dragon.
Now that is finished, you and I need to have a discussion.
I look at Prologue straight in the face and I say, what, am I in trouble?
Potentially.
Okay, I say.
You are, I would think it is obvious, the second in command of this small party, given your longevity. But when I give commands, I need you to follow them. Is that...
Well, Prologue, I will follow most of your orders, but I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Not all of them.
That is not how a command structure works.
Yeah, I never worked well with command structures.
Perhaps you should learn.
I've had 36 years to learn. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
36 years is nothing. Did you see when Percy led the group, he allowed disobedience and rebellion, and it made the individuals within it weak. and made the group weak. I understand that you have other goals, and I don't mind that you pursue them. But when I tell you something, I need you to do it.
Okay, what I'm gonna do.
Keep that in mind. Real quick, Jartis, where are you?
I followed your Landrill
That's what I
up,
thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
so I am witnessing him being asked to submit like room temperature butter. on a
You're
hot
looking
July
up at
afternoon.
these two people just back and forth as they engage each other. So anyway,
Prologue would not have said these things in front of Jartis. He would have motioned him away. Before
Okay.
beginning.
okay.
So I'm not aware of his.
I mean, you can feel free to try to
Like,
listen
with
or whatever,
dressing
but
down.
I don't. Yeah. Would I? That would be no.
If you want to try to listen in and not be in that same area, it would be a perception to try to hear
Okay.
it.
I'm gonna go for my passive at 15.
At 15. You're getting bits and pieces. Just bits and pieces, not the whole conversation. The meaning of things are kind of unclear. You're not sure if this is a reprimand or a request and a discussion.
Jartis, while not necessarily concerned, maybe more observationally intrigued, is still unsure of the group dynamic, I would say, where the hierarchy lies exactly. So I think this is confusing Jartis.
Okay. Good
If you need
clarification.
to roll 2 rolls for this, what I'm going to say is, all right, Prologue. My deception roll is 13,
Oh dear.
and as I say that, I cross my fingers behind my back like I'm a little kid, with a sleight of hand. Better of 17.
I need exact numbers. Calculated numbers.
That's what I just said. 13 deception, 17 sleight of hand.
Okay. I heard better than 17. Like you rolled a 17. So, cool. 17.
I said that's better, 17.
That's better, 17. Okay. I missed the that's bit of that. Cool. Good. Right.
should Prologue roll for insights or perception? What have you?
Yes. Prologue, roll for insights and a perception.
So that's an insight of 7
Fuck yeah.
and a perception of 4.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
So, Prologue,
Ooh.
you don't catch this. Hang on, I'm checking a quick stat here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm checking just a couple of quick stats here.
Yes.
Perfecto. So, right. Fine Storm, you know he's lying, and you see the crossing of the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the fact that with most of verbal communication, the tone of the voice does have a factor to it. So even with the added modification for the insight for doing this to the observant feat, you still can tell.
From
Same
across
thing
the
goes
road.
from
You're lying.
for Abarat.
No.
You can't quite tell if he's lying. But considering the fact he's crossing... Well, actually, no. You're basically still a child. You don't know what these crossing of the fingers means. But you
I
do
have
see
no
it.
idea what he's doing.
You do see the crossing of the fingers. You
How
know he
far
did
away is Prologue from me?
From the part of the day you would have to be on... Hang on. If you're standing at the helm, the right side, towards the front of the right side of the boat, because that's where the shadows would be, with the shadows being cast from the sun hitting tallest peaks and pyres on the land area. So you'd be roughly maybe 40 feet away.
Okay.
Prologue will say, excellent. But to be clear, if that is not something that sits well with you, although it would weaken the party, Yuja's ship is there. Feel free to join.
I nod my head and I say, trust me, Prologue. If it's my time to leave, I'll leave. And then that is 100% the truth. And I give him a nod, and then I turn around and leave.
Very well.
So the only place on the deck to have this conversation that's a little quieter would be towards the top deck, where the wheel is itself. Because currently the main deck is occupied by a bunch of sailors who are readying the ship to sail, and the captain who's talking to Boomstick Bill, who is still ferrying carts into the boat. Like, he's packed a lot for a 24 potential day journey.
No, it's a 5-hour tour.
5-hour tour of the immediate oceans around the shallows. But he's packed quite a bit.
Am I that old? No one got that reference?
I didn't, I'm sorry. I wish I did.
Gilligan's Island?
I was zoned out.
I
didn't
haven't
even
seen
hear what you
Gilligan's
said.
Island. Anyway, by the time you're walking down, the conversation between Bill and Sabre is kind of coming to a bit of a slow dawn. They're both laughing a bit. Look over and Bill says, I look like a bit of a serious conversation. You guys good?
I just turn to him and I'm like, and I keep walking.
It's like, no. Group meeting. You guys are my bodyguards. We're on the boat now. It's time for me to tell you exactly what's going on. Let's go. And he starts heading and he looks at you, Prologue, and says, you're welcome too.
Prologue never left the where the helm was. I don't know if that matters to this.
Oh, okay. But that changes a bit. He starts walking forward, steps a couple steps up the stairs and looks at you, Prologue, and says, hey, do you mind joining me inside the captain's den? I want to give you guys a brief on what's going on. Get your crew.
Very good. It will be so.
You turn to look after as you say that and see that his head has already disappeared from the top bit.
Prologue walks down to the main deck and says to the air, fine, Storm. Get the others.
That is the proper response. Way to do it.
That. That's brilliant.
And then heads to the captain's quarters.
Everett, from behind you, as if somebody was standing right over your shoulder behind you, you hear meeting captain's quarters. But when you turn, there's no one there.
Abra will actually not turn. He'll just simply nod and head for the captain's quarters.
And I think Jardis is too far away for that trick, so I'll have to go get him.
Jartis also probably would have heard that, but you go fetch him as well. Yolandriel, do you go to the captain's quarters after?
Yeah, I just kind of stand there for a minute, and then I look up at the sky and sigh deeply, and then walk into the captain's quarters.
Okay.
Yay, we're all there.
Good. You walk in,
Prologue, you entered in with Etonis and Captain Sorbere. They both walk over to one of the table where the map is usually kept. You can see there are certain things, measurements, sextant and all those on the table as if they've been used recently. They're kind of giving each other a bit of a trepidatious looks. And Boomstick Bill is currently walks in, adjusts this belt. At this point, you're familiar with the shape and the formation of what a gun looks like. You've never used one or know how they work at all, but now that you spent a little time in Andrea, you're familiar with him. He's got 4 on him. 2 in the front, 2 in the sides, and it kind of looks like his sword is half gun. It's got a gun hilt instead of a normal sword hilt. It looks very unique. But he looks with his... He also has goggles around his neck, not on his head. And his hair's like all sticky uppy and all that. Looks a little excited as everyone else comes into the room itself.
So if I understand this correctly,
Mm-hmm.
if I walk into the room and I find the darkest corner and not actively trying to hide, but just go stand in it so that my passive stealth kicks in, everybody in the room would know where I was at. But anyone who came in the room after me,
They wouldn't.
wouldn't know where I was at. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm
So-
doing that.
Perfect, yeah. That's one of the ways we can use the passive stealth
Right.
on things. Like in combat, definitely can't do that.
Right.
When you're trying to, say, like stealth check and such, can't do that, really. It's people walking into the room you're in and then noticing you.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're in the shadows like this. So you are currently at a stealth of 21. In the shadows, yeah. But everyone in the room, you all know where Vine Storm is. They disappear into the shadows. The only thing you see is the occasional glint of the eyes, confirming they're still there. But you know they're there.
Mm-hmm.
When everyone enters in, Bill looks at you and... Right, well... Unfortunately, yeah, you've all, and including you, Prologue, have been included into this as a violation of the laws that Prologue did. It is considered a high contract, which means it's highly dangerous. Only admirals are allowed to take high contracts. Usually, we would be taking our own ship, our own fleets for this, but all of my ships are out, which requires us to ask a favor, and your breaking a law, Prologue, gave us a perfect opportunity to do this. Now, for the rest of this Prologue, I'm going to direct this at you. I've been explained. Give us a second. While the dogs shut up.
Doubt it.
Someone talk about Sirenscape.
Sirenscape, folks. It is the music currently playing in the background that I can barely hear because I don't have it turned up. Yeah, Sirenscape. It's cool for D&D stuff, so check it out.
It provides so much atmosphere. I would say that my experience in Sirenscape is unmatched compared to any other music service that I have encountered in my D&D experience.
Real users and not paid advertisements. It's perfect timing.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. We're not, actually. But we aren't. They've quieted down a little bit now, so we'll try to continue going. So, Prologue, I'm going to address all this to you, but expect everyone else to pay attention. I just don't want to violate your creed. Hopefully.
Of course.
Trying to do what I can. I do apologize if I ever do. Of course, so for this, it's going to be a bodyguard mission. Something Sadras does is he does do amendments. He has amended me to say I am not allowed to enter the island itself. I am only allowed to direct you on what is to be done on the island and tell you to handle it bring back samples, and bring back what we need to know to understand what is going on.
Excellent. That would be easier, likely.
Well, as bodyguards, yeah, if you don't have to guard me directly, a lot easier. It's just getting me to and from the location that matters the most. There's an outpost on the island that we are to meet up with. That is where I'm going to be stationed during this mission. We're expected to be spending at most 3 days. If it weren't for 3 days, well, I mean, if the peace treaties weren't happening soon, we would have more time. But the Drunok Council who gave us the mission, requested it of us, has to be at the peace treaty meetings, which means we need to be finishing up in 3 days so we can make it to them within 25 days to deliver a report. If we deliver the report to the Drunok Council directly, there's no need to return to the Shallows. Alternatively, we could come back to the Shallows and deliver it here. It would be easier, though. Drunok is closer to the Living Forest than Shallows is. From there, I can find my way back to here. But that'll be up to you at the time, when it comes down to it. You as well, Captain. Oh, we'll do whatever Prologue tells us to do. He's the one paying. No wonder he fit in well here. So, as far as what's going on, it's a little weird for us. We don't fully understand. From what I hear, you are all used to... Well, you Quailans, are you more used to... Prologue, you're Quailan, right? Bill's genuinely asking that. The
Yes.
answer is yes, yeah. I could see the hesitation of, I'm not sure, am I?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, you're Quailan. Okay, cool. Good. I thought right. But for yourself as a Quailan Prologue, you're more used to magic itself being in and around, and I'm sure you understand that, given being on this mainland, magic's a fairly rare thing. A lot of us don't understand it. Of course I do, because I'm from Zarthor, and we're a group of nomads who came from up north about 30 or so years ago. I was born on Zarthor, so I don't fully understand. The non-understand, it's confusing, it gets weird. Like, the mainland, they don't have magic users. Shallows does. Zarthor does. Drunok doesn't, actually. He picks up a quill quickly, dips it in some ink and writes on a scrap paper, tears it from a sheet. You hear Captain Sawbury briefly go, That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He wraps it, folds it and pockets it. That's a thought for later. But the Drunok, they came to us and said, it's a fairly open land. Small forests, small trees, not dense. About a month ago, they had a forest randomly appear on their island. A full-on forest. Fully grown, with about 30 rings. They cut down a few to count the ring count and see how old the trees are. They're older than they should be. When they followed it, there was a full line of trees going through the ocean, eastward, towards the living forest. From what our hunters in the living forest have been reporting, the trees have been moving. The tree lines haven't been the same. The people who go out to do the hunting and do the foraging haven't been able to find their way back, because the markings have all moved. They've all changed locations. Naturally, that's fairly unexplainable to a culture that doesn't understand magic. As for the Shallows, we're still trying to understand it. We have a better startup thankfully, because of Dania, she comes from a place that has magic as well. Of course, all this, I do expect you all to kind of be keeping a little quiet. Because I'm also sure you've run into the rumor of what goes on in the mainland to magic users.
Side note, do I, Jartis, know who received the map of the
You
living
do.
forest that was made?
You do. You remember walking in and running into your friend, who was the one who purchased the map.
That is correct. Yes.
For a hefty price. You got paid like 10 gold for it.
So
Your friend
this
maybe
is
paid
definitely Jartis, because this is directly in line. So he's very interested in this conversation.
50. Okay.
I just kind of like nod my head. But I'm giving in this look of like, when does your story get weird? Because I'm just like, Magic Forest, yes.
In contrast, I'm straight taking notes.
The concerning thing that the reason why I was selected for this particular mission is that they've reported that some of the trees are alive. They're walking around and attacking people. There's one group that went out with 7 and only came back with 2. Reported a tree that bled red and had a face.
Me and Prologue make eye contact at the red part. I want to
And
believe.
Abrat immediately is paying full attention to everything he is saying, word for word.
Are any of you trying to hide these aspects?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
When you say trying to hide, that is Finestorm. Anyway, sorry.
Bill stops for a moment, then looks between you and clearly we pulled a favor with the right group. You recognize this?
Just the tree that I am searching.
We're kind of the leading authorities on living trees.
Where do you think I came from?
You came from a Okay, 50 gold for a sample. Seriously, if I can get a sample of you and study what created you, we might
Let's
have a better
talk after
chance.
this.
Okay, absolutely.
I
really-
lean over to Aberrat and I say, "You could get more." And then,
Do you try to stealth that?
no.
No? Okay. To be fair, he's not lying. You probably could get more. But anyway, back on with the briefing so we can get about our business. Whatever it is, the scouting group has requested that we kill it.
Why?
Because it's killing its people. It's killing our people. It's killing people. It's not doing any good. It's preventing a lot of stuff. So we need to get rid of the problem. Either we calm it down permanently or we kill it.
Yes.
I am not allowed to leave that island until the problem is solved.
A discussion will likely need to happen with this tree to find its intentions. If those are evil, it will be brought down.
Okay.
Or purified.
If not, I am sure I will be able to convince it to cease its destructive actions.
Prologue, let me make clear to you. I'm not allowed to leave the island until it's solved, which means this boat will not be allowed to leave the island until it's solved. If you come to me without destroying it and tell me that the problem is solved, and we leave, and then later on the problem is not solved, you will still be held in contempt to the crime that you committed. But at that point there will be no guilty plea. You will be hunted down and killed.
I think you mean attempted to be killed, but I understand.
We have 112 vessels under our control. You have one. So trust me when I tell
sounds
you,
like
you will be hunted.
overcompensation. I say, and I
stops.
look directly at him,
Gives
and then
you
I
a-
look at
gives
Prologue,
you a
and
look.
and then if he tries to continue talking, I just interrupt him completely, and I say to Prologue, "We'll deal with it. Whether we cut it down or purify it, we'll deal with it." And then I look back at him and I say, "Not all of these trees are bad, and who knows about what the intentions are of the people going into the forest. Perhaps that tree has a reason," I say, and I stand up. And I just kind of like look around at the room, and I say, before he begins to repeat himself again, "I'll be downstairs." And then I leave.
I don't know if your Lantern will leave before I'm able to say this, but I will definitely back up Bullet Bill. Not Bullet Bill.
Bullet Bill actually is fairly apt as well, so that would work
Boomstick Bill.
too. Boomstick Bill.
Because being from the Chalice Estate, I will interject and raise my hand and say, Boomstick has a point. We definitely should not aim to make enemies of Chalice. As someone who's been with them for a long time, they're not foes that you want to have in your life.
With that as well, Captain Sobre speaks up and goes, Prologue, I understand your confidence in your capabilities, but when it comes down to it, the Shallows is far more capable than you. If you insult them and assault them in this way, they will hunt us down and they will destroy my ship. If it comes down to it, if they surround us and they give me an option to sell you, I would.
Yes, as I said, it was a semantics insertion and not one of negation to the purpose. I will do my utmost to solve this problem.
You just see Jartis wiping sweat off of his head.
You see Sobre doing the same thing, just like... Etonis looks at me. I have full capabilities in this crew, in this group, to be able to actually solve the problems. I mean, look at what they did on the City of Souls. That was a good tree, from what I hear. We are going in and being tormented by things, and then later on, everything was fine. They solved that well enough. So, Admiral Bill, you have word. If not their word that you trust, then trust mine. They'll handle it. They'll do well. I back them. Captain Sobre. And as aggressive as their actions tend to be, Admiral, I also back them. They are capable and they do have their words. And they're actually, surprisingly, despite their reckless nature and their ability to get in trouble in every city they go to, painfully capable. I'm going to give Sobre a persuasion check with advantage. Because of what you've said and what Eton has said and such. Because after your comments, Prologue, Boomstick's a little cautious. A little worried about your capability.
Fuck him.
Better be.
Just gotta wait for things to load. Here we go. Where's persuasion? Okay, there it is. Oh, hello. 19, yeah, okay. Okay, good. Then hopefully there won't be a need to honey hole down. Which, to be clear, I don't want to. I'm fascinated by the concept of new races. I haven't seen any of yours. So, I want to be on good terms. And eventually, maybe the Shallows will be able to go over to Quaila and meet your officials there, and we can start some trade stuff going on. But that's a ways down the road. First, we got to get past your actions against the estate.
Yes, baby steps.
Baby steps. That's a good way of putting it. Is that a common term in Quaila?
It is a common term amongst my people.
Baby steps. I think I might start using that more.
Feel free.
After you say that, there is a loud trumpet sound. Boomstick looks up and... Oh. You'll want to see this. My sister's arrived. She stands up from the table. If you all have any questions, you know where to find me. I'll be on the boat. We'll be leaving soon, so make sure you have all your affairs handled and taken care of. But for now, if you all want to meet my sister, come with me. Prologue, you're invited too. Although, Prologue, she might flirt with you. I'm sorry in advance.
What is the aggression?
No aggression. Just some people don't welcome it.
What is the aggression?
Anyway, and he starts heading out the door, and that is where we're gonna take a break. As his sister arrives. What's his sister's name?
Oh, that guy just left a bad taste in your Landriel's mouth. Like a real, as soon as he started like questioning like what Prologue said, I was like, this dude can get fucked.
What Prologue said struck in the wrong way. So, yeah, absolutely. It does happen a lot. Prologue has a way of putting very innocent sentences in a way that are perceived aggressively.
I think his mere size asserts a certain dominance that may be not necessarily intended.
That and they can try. In what world is that not aggressive? Anyway, we're going to take a quick tenzi. Ask Lily for a refill. Oh, character's not created. Oh, I haven't created a sister yet. That's awkward. Yeah, ask Lily for a quick refill while I quickly scramble and create a character during breaks. And all that wonderfulness. We'll see you all in a time.
Streamlab is slow today. Hi everyone, we're back. Hope everyone had a good chance to be able to get some good refills. I know I had to request 2 apparently. But for everyone else, welcome back. We are hopping back into it with everyone coming out of the captain's quarters. The streets are much more lively now. The sun has risen up, it looks like, and sounds like everyone is getting back to their daily routine and daily activities. Some people have stopped to witness the boat coming in from the dock area. You're in Dock 2, as announced. The dock next to you, Dock 1, has been empty this whole time. However, now a boat is coming up to it. Boomstick Bill eagerly starts walking towards the gangway. Who's all following him? Is anyone following him, or are you staying on the boat? Prologue is? Okay.
I guess.
Well, no, Prologue's not leaving the boat. If he can't see it from the boat, he's not going.
Okay, you'll see it from the boat.
Okay.
But Bill is leaving the boat. He is going to a different gangway area. Yolandriel, when you leave, you left before everyone else. You would see the boat before they do. You would also see who's waiting on the gangway for the boat to arrive. Very clearly and very plainly, the Admiral Lars is actually waiting on that port area for the boat to arrive. He's kind of pacing a little bit and then looks up and then looks over at your boat, sees you, gives you a salute, smile and a wink, and then continues looking at the boat.
I give him one of these.
A little head nod. But eventually everyone else comes out. Bill leaves. What the rest of you see is a pink boat. A bright pink boat. Some paint on areas are fading away from the boat, from the salt water eroding at the paint on it. But the sails are pink. There's gold inlays of flower design all throughout the boat itself. It is lavish. It looks like a luxury vessel. If not for the port sides that at this point you would all recognize to be cannon ports that are currently closed with large flower inlays on it. On top of it, you see a woman, a half-elf woman, who is smiling at the city itself, and the crew are all strangely smiling as they go about their business, getting the boat to docks. When it finally reaches the port itself, it stops, gangways are lowered, ropes are thrown to tether it into place. And this woman who's wearing pink and purple suit comes off, walks down. The crew start going about, taking off empty crates, beginning to pull on filled ones, and she walks up to Admiral Lars, and they just stare at each other. Admiral Bill comes up. He stays about 5 feet away for a while, kind of dancing between 2 legs, eagerly waiting. And then the two of them, Admiral Lars and Admiral, what's her last name? Grissom. Her first name's Lady. Admiral Grissom, they begin to laugh very loudly. And they embrace each other, pull away, and fine Storm and Abarat, seeing as you have the observance, you would catch this conversation. Because you can read lips. Lars begins with, I'll do it in accent, sir. How was your journey? Well enough. Made some good coin, completed a few contracts, did some good stuff, good work. How's your time here? Interesting stuff. See that boat? Quailin. New people. I think you'd like them. Hope I would.
if you don't mind. My brother's waiting. Oh, yeah, no. Go greet your brother. She steps just to her right, and then opens her arms as Admiral Brill just runs straight into them and gives her a giant hug. He's a little shorter than her. They embrace each other and pull away, and you see Admiral Grissom say, "How are you?" "I'm good. I'm about to go on a mission with these people, so I can't stay long. We're actually gonna leave right after this." "That's okay. We'll catch up later. As long as you're safe and good." "I see that you got your Admiralty quite well." Yeah, I did. They're still... It's okay. You know, some of the missions are difficult. They'll make it back. Give them some time. I know, I'm just a little worried. Don't worry about it. I'll see what I can do. Thanks, sis. Of course. Don't keep your boat waiting. If you're about to go on a mission, Sabdress is eager for you to complete it, so get moving. Okay, I'll get moving. It's good to see you. It's good to see you too. Admiral Lars and Admiral Grissom start walking away from the area. When Yolandriel, you hear loud and clear in your head Lars's voice. "Take care of him. Make sure he comes back alive. Lady would kill me if her brother didn't come back."
I'm just going to reply with, "That's the plan."
Good. And good luck out there. You see him turn around. Fine, Storm and Outright, you would see this as well, but no explanation to it. Admiral Lars turns, looks at Yolandriel, smiles, and winks as the two of them continue down the main road, walking away. Admiral Bill comes back up to the boat.
So he's good enough at sending that he doesn't subvocalize it?
There was
It's a hard habit to break.
no evidence of casting of any kind.
Okay.
Bill gets back to the boat. "Okay. Thanks, Prologue, for giving me the time to say hi to my sister. I haven't seen her in 3 moons, so it's been a while."
No issue. Prologue will then just turn to, we'll say, he turns to his left and says, "Fine, Storm. Do you see the messenger?"
To that note, there is a dwarf running down the main road towards the docks. The one that you saw previously.
How much time?
He'll be there within a minute or so.
He's on his way. In a minute.
Excellent. Thank you. Prologue's gonna wait right there for that messenger to get there.
He gets the boat. He doesn't enter on, and he does call out. "Is a Prologue on the boat?"
Prologue exits the boat to the messenger.
"Oh, no need to exit the
I'm
boat.
Apollo.
You can stay on. Sabdra says, very good. Thank you for letting me know. Have fun."
Violence is often fun. And then Prologue turns around and gets on the back of the boat.
I feel like I would like these people if I got to know them a little better. Hopefully Sabdra gives them more contracts as he walks away, just kind of muttering under his breath. With that, the anchor is pulled up. The boat is pulled out. And you are headed on your way. Unless there are any last-minute things to do on the shallows.
Flip it off.
It's a beautiful island. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't have anything.
You exit through the narrow channel, which about halfway through, you pass by and have to carefully maneuver in between another boat, leaving very limited space on either side. As the other boat passes by, you see probably not an admiral. From his wares and from the crew and from the look of the ship, it looks like just another ship. But a few of the crews exchange looks and exchange greetings of some kind. A warning is shouted to Captain Sabre from the captain of the ship of rough seas towards the west, and if they're heading west, to be careful. She replies in kind, "That's quite all right, we're heading east, but thank you for the shout." Eventually you get to the mouth of this open channel, and you see at least 10 ships waiting to be allowed in. Some of them are sailing in semi-formations, going back and forth. A few of them are stationed close to the shoreline, where they can lower their anchor and guarantee that they're not moving. But there's a lot more than there were when you first arrived.
Target practice?
So, to get to the Living Forest is going to take 12 days. For those 12 days, I would like all of you, individually, to roll a d20 and to tell me what the result is.
Just raw.
Just roll d20.
$11.
Keep those numbers in mind. We'll start with your Laundriel. Your Laundriel, what did you get?
8.
8. All right. Aberrat, what did you get?
6.
6. Jartis got an 11. Prologue, what'd you get?
That's a natty 20.
Natural 20. Fine Storm?
16.
Fine on a 16.
Luck duo over here. I like it.
Okay.
Opening up the book of consequences.
Opening up a book
While
of
you're
things.
looking into that, Prologue would like to send a ring message to the king or
Ooh.
the librarian, whoever it is that is answering these days, whilst they're leaving the channel, and say, the ship has left the shallows on the way to the Living Forest. The end.
You get a reply from the same voice as previous, still not the king. Someone responding with, "Oh, very good, I'll let the king know. He says don't worry about deviations if required. Admiral Vuja heard and informed him. Good job on deviating that. I think if you'd failed, you would have been fired and exiled. So good job. Congrats, Prologue."
Thank you. The end.
You hear back, "No, thank you." Just remember, you're the one sending the message, so that was 2 charges from the ring.
Right.
So these
No
are
more
the-
messages.
Perfect. Right. That one's going to be a reroll. So, for the first 2 days, it is fairly calm, average sailing.
Fine Storm, you are approached by Sorrel Teak. For the times that he does his fly rounds, he does ask you to stay in the crow's nest and keep an eye on the horizon, if you would be willing to help keep an eye on the general awareness of the ship as it is while he does his scouting missions.
Mm-hmm.
As for the rest of you,
good for that.
perfect. Prologue, I'll go and actually in a circle. The installment of the cannons is going to require some modifications to the ship. If you've been following around Tontor, who's responsible for said modifications of the ship, he is asking you for assistance and help on this. So for the first 2 days, you spend, if you're willing to, do you assist him?
Prologue will assist.
Okay. Then you spend the first few days hanging off the side of the ship, strung up by ropes and people holding on very desperately to keep 2 Loxodon on top of the ship and not in the ocean, as you make modifications to the outside for portholes for the cannons to be able to actually poke their heads out. During that process, you learn that Admiral Bill is actually helping Captain Vuja out in the installation of it and explaining how cannons work. The training of it is not needed, because the gunnery crew of the Nightlock is actually Lebon origins. They all know what cannons are and how to use them to begin with. So the acquisition of cannons has led to a bit of a increase in crew mentality. They're more confident now. For the rest of you, you're not bothered or asked for help per se. Etonis does corner you, your laundry, a few times for a drink and conversation, because he finds you more interesting than everyone else. For Abarat and Jartis, though, for the most part, you're left to your free wills. If there's anything else for the 2 days, though, yeah. Starting with Abarat.
Abarat is going to be keeping a very close eye on Bill.
Okay.
Watching him, studying him, trying to get a good read for his character.
Okay.
But otherwise, he stays out of everyone's way.
Give me an insight check. You cannot take passive.
Passive anyway, because this is him actively doing it.
Yes, it is.
17.
17. He is genuinely trying to help. Doing everything he can to actually assist Sabre in the installment of the cannons and properly getting them tethered in and the procedures behind it explained. During a time, you would learn that Sabre and Bill both have a bit of a similar background in things. They're both fairly intelligible and like to experiment with stuff. However, Bill's is a bit more of a different. While Sabre leans alchemical, Bill leans more towards fiddling with devices. And by devices, I mean guns and other product. You would learn that the little robot that he's got on his shoulder, I say robot, it's a homunculus. That little thing he's got on his shoulder that occasionally assists in certain things is powered by what he calls a lightstone. You're not sure what a lightstone is, or what they do, or what he means by powered by, but that is a piece of information you would glean from your 17. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
No.
On your 3rd day, you, Fine Storm, would, while you're on the crow's nest, looking around and seeing open water, open oceans, suddenly there's a boat on the horizon. You
Ship
glean,
ahoy!
as you call that, the crew start to bustle into action. Captain Sabre pulls out her spyglass and calls out, "Which direction?"
Do I know the ship terms? Have I been learning that over the last 2 days?
Given your voyage from Iridai, I would say it's safe to say that you would understand general ship terms.
So where's it at?
It
I
is
don't know. I give the proper reply.
it's directly ahead. So yeah.
Dead ahead.
Dead ahead, she pulls out her spyglass and starts to look. As it gets closer, you would recognize the flag. The
As?
flag it's another Shallows estate flag. But this one,
Shallows.
it has the markings of an admiral ship.
Admiralty.
With
I
that,
just keep calling it down as I see it.
as you see it, perfect. The rest of you would also hear this. Prologue, you being on the side of the boat with Tontor, making some modifications. He looks at you. If it's shallow, it'll be fine. We can keep going about our business. We'll let Admiral Bill take care of this one, if we get close enough. Do any of you others have any reactions?
I definitely go up to the top
Fire a cannon. Fire a cannon. Fire a cannon.
to just check out the situation. I'll probably be hanging out with either Jardis or Aberrant, so I'll take whoever is with me up there.
Okay.
I'm up for the quest.
Actually,
I'm already up there,
let's leave it up to the
Well,
fates.
wherever Bill is.
Oh, okay, never mind. Fine, losers. Don't let me flip a coin. I want to leave it up to Ka. Let's see.
It gets to the point where the ship also sees you all, redirects a bit to do a bit of a sail by, so to speak. And as it's going, Captain Sabre, who's at the helm, is still looking through the spyglass with Admiral Bill having joined her. Etonis comes up next to you, Yolandriel, and that looks like Admiral Gant's ship. Bit of a sleazy boy. He might just be coming by to check us out. If he deems us worthy of attacking, he'll attack, but hopefully Bill's got something up his sleeve to be able to prevent that. We'll see what
Spot in
happens.
my head. Keep watch.
Fine Storm. Give me a random d20 roll.
Oh, Christ.
Why do you say that, Yolandria? 8.
Because of that.
8. When the ship is about 200 feet out, the figures on the other boat, it is an all-black vessel with black sails,
I like
a
this ship.
skeletal figure on the front of it as its figurehead, holding out a bit of a goblet that is finely designed. It's the only painted object on this boat. The goblet is gold with gems all around it, while the rest of it is all black. You all hear loud and clear, "Voyage vessel, lower anchor and prepare to be boarded. Have your goods ready for transportation to our vessel. Non-compliance will be met with violence." And soon after, you hear in response, Bill yelling as loud as he can. He can't do the same thing. "Admiral Gant, don't be a dick." Let's do a performance check for him to see if he can yell loud enough. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's bad. He got a 4. Oh, no, a 6. Sorry, that's a plus, not a minus. From your best bet, find Storm and Aberrat. He didn't yell loud enough. The waves and the sound of the sea on the ships definitely drowned out his voice.
Then I'll yell. This ship is under contract by Admiral Boomstick, and he's on board.
Okay. Give me a performance check.
I don't perform. Let's see here. Do I have anything? I don't think I have. Yes, I do. -1.
Ooh,
12.
12. It's gotten a little closer. You're uncertain as to whether or not they heard that. Aberrat, is there anything you'd like to try to do?
I am going to. I'm going to look over at Boomstick Bill. What's he doing?
You can see a single droplet of sweat kind of coming from his brow as he's eagerly looking at the boat, waiting for a reaction, waiting for them to respond to what he said and Vinestorm said.
I'm going to position myself so that any gangplank that comes down would be within 30 feet of me, and then I'm going to wait.
Okay. Just, in general, waiting for action.
I'm going to lean over to What's-His-Face, and I'm going to say, this is a farce. While I specifically look at Boomstick Bill, because I don't like him.
Who are you leaning towards? Etonis?
What, that one guy? Yeah,
Etonis, okay.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Boomstick Bill when I say that.
Etonis kind of leans towards you and like, anything to do with the Shallows estate is a bit of a farce. They take more than they give. That's been known for a while now. But this... we'll see what we get. Boat gets a little closer. The port side doors open. Cannons start getting pushed out. Prologue, you're on the side where the boats would be meeting each other. Tantor looks at the boat, looks at you and like, maybe we should be getting up.
Should have just fired the cannons.
Booms.
Prologue says, no, I think I will stay right here.
Give me a persuasion check.
I wasn't, okay.
So your words in general, it's just to see if Tantor decides to go up, or if he's encouraged by you.
Oh, well, that is a low number.
8?
Yes.
He looks back at you
rolls
and
today.
then looks over there and... do what you like, as he starts climbing back up.
I'll repeat myself.
Okay. As you repeat yourself, give me another performance.
I'll try screaming or yelling as loud as I can.
DC's
like
lower
rolling.
as you're closer.
Natural 20,
Ooh.
Very good. Okay.
which would be a 19, but anyway. It's a roll of a natural 20.
Boats being much closer, Captain Sawbrace. I don't know if that worked. Admiral Bill's standing. Oh crap, I didn't think about this. And then you yell out again. Wait a second. And then you hear a response back. You're right. We can see that now. Thank you very much for your clarifications. We will be going about our business. Good luck, Admiral Bill. Be sure to be flying the right colors.
That's what I was going to ask. Doesn't he have a flag we should be flying?
He does. He definitely forgot to give it to you all. All right, yeah. Oh, snap. Right, yeah. No, I was supposed to give this to you a while ago. Sorry, Captain. It's okay. You're new to the Admiralty. I understand. But next time, please be sure to keep our ship safe. No, of course. I'll get it flying immediately. Sorry about that. Again.
I look at Utanus and I like scoff as I go. And then I turn around and walk down.
He scoffs at the same time as you and gives off a bit of a laugh. Turns the opposite way and you both part ways. Walking away from each other.
With Prologue, I would assume would hear this, the interaction between the ships, and he will very disappointedly put his special axe back on his back.
He was going to do a swing, folks. He was going to kick off and fucking latch onto that boat and climb up.
Yep. Tantor lowers himself back down. He's like, all right, let's get back to work. Just begins sewing again, trying to make that port opening. You had gotten one of the cannons situated on this side of the vessel, not two. There's only 4 cannons on the boat right now. Not cheap to come by and not cheap to buy. But she managed to get a good price. The vessels go by each other. You see on the top, mainly for Finestorm and Aberrat, you would see this more clearly. The rest of you might glimpse him, but there is a dark cloaked figure that you never catch the face of. He's masked at the bottom, so you cannot see his mouth, so no observant feet observations for that. But as he looks over, both of his eyes are milky pale. He looks sickly with green veins all throughout his face. And as the wind blows past, his cape kind of separates for a second and you get a glimpse of this green blade with a single at the end of it, even though it's sheathed and scabbard. There is a drip of a green liquid at the bottom of the scabbard itself. The rest of you wouldn't catch that drip, but Aberrat and Finestorm, your passive perception's high enough to catch it. It's another unique blade. By this point, the two of you would understand that each admiral has a very unique blade, not one you would find anywhere else. That is your 3rd day. It's one of the encounters you rolled. The path continues. Another 2 days pass by. By this point in Prologue, you've gotten one side of the ship equipped and ready to go. So you're the right hand of the ship. I don't know sea or nautical terms. I'm terrible at it. I learn it every time and always forget. Is readied and situated with 2 cannons. It's the other side you have to start working on now. Roughly takes about 5 days to do it while you're sailing. As for the 3rd day, it is the normal day. The seas are fine. The weather looks to be souring at points and at spots, but Sabre seems deft enough of a sailor to be able to avoid the storms and the rougher seas. Anything in particular for the 2 days?
Is there any way for me to fish?
There is.
Yeah, I fish for 2 days. I take it ease.
Um,
I'm just vibing with this belt, trying to get a feel for it while I fish. Just vibing.
Can this bird teach me how to speak Old and Jane?
He can begin to.
Yeah.
He has basic terms. So Sorrel Teak has the general terms of where's the market, local inn, hello, goodbye, how do I find, or how do you say, those kind of terms. Like
Okay.
what you would find in the crash course of a language.
Okay. Cool.
When Prologue's not trying to, fix this ship with Tantor, he is going to search out Finestorm and ask him how the ship inspections have been going.
I found a great spot to watch the ship from. The crow's nest.
Excellent.
I can see the comings and goings of practically everybody.
Excellent.
If you wish me to investigate the lower decks, I will do that.
Yes, all parts.
Okay. On my off shifts, I'll investigate the lower decks.
Very good. Keep up the good work. Then he's just gonna be eating and sleeping, getting his work on.
Okay. Anything from anyone else? Abrat, are you still watching Admiral Bill?
What has he been doing over the last couple of days?
For the most part, he's been conversing and talking to the crew. Getting to know a few of them. For the most part, Captain Solbre. They've been, from what you've gathered, trading techniques on how to fiddle with certain types of equipment. He's walked her through at one point the proceedings and how his little friend works. Although, I would say all of that would have gone above your head. You wouldn't have understood most of it. Though, give me an Arcana check.
Seven.
7. Yeah, it's all above your head.
Yeah, it's not nature-based, I don't care. Actually, I've grown bored of Bullet Time Bill. I'm gonna go
Boomstick.
back to
Bullet Time Bill.
I'm gonna go
We
back
should
to
just
the front,
keep calling them different names.
to the front of the ship, and I'm gonna take up my position there. Gonna keep an eye on people. I'll watch him anytime he's in my sight, but I'm not gonna follow him around anymore.
Okay. Where is everyone located? Start with you, Lonzo. Where are you at?
I am where the best fishing spot is while we're going this speed. Trying to get some big game so I can cook for the boys.
Okay. That would be on the top
Big
deck
catch.
towards the back. While you're doing this, one of the crew members, the captain of the gunnery crew, actually, he comes up to you. It's getting closer towards the end of the day. The sun is beginning to set. You've got Itonis. We'll go through this with all of you. But you've got Itonis at the helm, a couple of crew members on top. Most of the people have headed below decks to either begin their sleeping schedules. Essentially, those aboard are the watch crew and maintenance crew for the night shifts. But you've been told by the captain, who's standing next to you and explaining, the bigger ones tend to catch towards the end of the night. You need a bigger hook and a bigger rod. That's why I've lent you mine, though. Let's see if you can manage. Give me a percentile die.
Oh no. Here it comes, folks. Let's see. $68.
Oh, one off.
69.
Auto
That's a
success.
sex number.
You are there for a while, and then little tug, another little tug, and dex check, dex saving throw. See if you can pull it and guarantee that hook.
And there goes Yolanda over the side of the ship.
Yeah, don't roll a 1.
That ain't bad. That is a 7, deck 17.
Dex 17. you manage to pull up, get that hook, and start the process of reeling it in. So for the next couple of times, I need a strength saving throw,
Uh-huh.
and then another dex saving throw, and another strength saving throw.
Dirty strength for the first one. Dirty 20.
20. Okay, cool.
15 dex. And then a 16 strength.
16 strength.
Oh, I rolls. It hit 20 and then it rolled onto 14. I was like, bastard.
Little muncher. You pull, reel in a bit, and you hear the captain going, good. And then it pulls back, but you manage to keep yourself on board and keep the rod in your hands, and you pull again, and you hear this splash and sounding like the fish had just hit the side of the boat. You start pulling it up even more, and you see this roughly foot-long fish.
Foot. It's just a human foot. It's a foot. No, sorry.
It's a foot-long fish. It's kind of rainbow-esque in the scale color, very sleek and meaty. And you look forward and towards the top where it's hooked, and it looks like a disgusting face. Like it's got a humanoid-esque face. And, a rainbow one. Good catch. You'll want to save the scales. They sell well at ports, on mainland only. Islands, it's more common.
All right, I make sure that fish is safe, and I keep trying. Go ahead.
Pull it on. That's where we'll leave you.
Mm-hmm.
Jartis.
Where am I during all this right now?
That's a good question. Where are you during all this right now?
I would like to be. Jartis is walking around, seeing what people are doing, sees this fishing going on, sees the grotesque face of the fish, and I would like to cast Speak with Animals, because I've never seen a fish like this before.
Okay.
So you all are
Meanwhile,
interested in harvesting
you're
it, and I'm like just trying to talk to it.
Sure,
you're gonna
go
get-
for it.
Alright, so I'm going to talk to this fish.
Cast Speak with Animals. What do you say to this fish?
So, okay, I got that. I ask, your face is so strange. Where did you receive? Where do you come from? I've never seen a fish like you.
You hear in response, you understand just the general sounds that are coming from the fish. And what you hear back is, what is going on, Huck? Why are you asking about my face when I'm about to die? Please save my life.
Yeah, oh no, I just thought of something really dark to do. Oh no. What are you gonna do?
This is now ethically gray territory that we're in.
That's why Speak with
Yeah.
Animals is such a terrible spell.
It's all on you, buddy.
I say I need to. Oh man, I don't know.
You better hurry, because I'm making a decision right now as I like.
Okay. Does
I'm on
your
hook
Landrill
with it.
see me at all, or the fish is still hooked, right?
Yolandril,
I
it is still hooked. He's about to unhook and such, but you would hear weird noises coming from Jartis and the fish.
Okay, I am going to say to Jardis as I unhook, don't get too attached, and then I'm going to stand up and with the butt end of my helmet, punk, kill it quickly. That's how you kill fish. I'm sorry. I don't know if you've ever fished before, but you hit them over the head.
Jartis regrets the decisions made in the past 5 minutes and decides to go elsewhere.
Oh, that's a clip.
Oh, oh my goodness.
So he didn't exactly understand the nature of what was happening, I think.
Before the fish gets put on, like, there's no time I can survive. It'll be gone.
Yep. On to the next one.
Before that, Abrat. Staying at the front of the boat?
Yes.
Okay. Prologue. Where would you be at? It's getting close to the end of the day, sun's going down.
So done fixing with the boat, got dinner. If there's extra time before sleep, I'm gonna practice the Lakzul on top deck.
Top deck. Okay. Give me a performance check.
Oh boy.
Let's see if you roll well this time.
Not the worst. 11.
11. It's a little better. You're beginning to get the feel of the motions more efficiently. There's still stumbling moments and you're still out of pace, but you are getting better at doing the Luxor. You're feeling more confident this night as you practice. And the crew are probably used to you doing this at this time of day, at this point. So the night crew are just kind of looking at you. And one of them looks and... Doing better, Prologue. Good job. Keep up the hard work.
Prologue gives him a thumbs up. Just one of these in his moves.
Perfect. Fine Storm.
Am I on shift or off shift?
Probably on shift for this one. Sorrel-Teak would be arriving and down below decks, either catching some sleep or catching some food.
So I'm in the crow's nest.
Alrighty. While you're in the crow's nest, you notice that Kandros has gone below decks to sleep for this night. He's not sleeping on his typical perch where you've witnessed him most of the time, on the crates just below the crow's nest. And then with your passive perception, Abrat, you'd be included in this. There is a very slight
Coming from where?
either side of the ship. Both sides.
Abrat's going to look over the side of the ship.
Okay.
The left side.
Yeah,
The left side.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look more intensely.
More intensely. Fine Storm. For this, I'll say give me a perception check.
Okay. Definitely makes sense. Can I beat my passive though?
That's a question, yeah.
Got it. Nope, not with that. That's a 13.
13, okay. You
I
start
barely did.
looking around, and Abrat, what was yours?
23.
23.
Just 1 point more than my passive.
Fine Storm, you start looking around at locations, looking for where those sounds might have come from. And Abrat, you look over, don't see anything, then look to your left. You notice one of the crew members also heard that noise. He looks over at you and has this quizzical look, then shrugs his shoulder just as you hear this. And suddenly a harpoon is sticking out of his chest. He looks down and sees this hooked thing, then looks back at you with a shocked look, as then you hear this as he gets pulled over the deck. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Ouch.
The dogs are also rolling initiative, and I think they got advantage.
Oh, the dogs are dicks.
Oh, dang it.
Give me a second while I get things set up and get you all to the right page.
Jartis, you poor, poor soul.
rolled a 2.
What's your modifier for your initiative?
What's your dex?
Initiative 2. My modifier is 2.
4.
4 total for you.
All right.
I got a 15.
So, 4 initiatives here. Your Londriel,
16.
Ooh.
16. Aberrat,
15.
15. Jartis. What'd you get, Jartis?
I got a 4.
A 4. Oh no. Prologue.
First time with the double initiative roll, I got 2 3s, so I got a
Ouch.
What's the total?
What's the total? 4. Okay, Abrat, what is your dexterity? And Prologue, what's your
You
dex?
mean
Sorry,
What?
yeah, Jartis, what's your...
Jartis.
Hey, mother finally did it.
Yep.
Yep,
First time today.
First time today.
Good job.
So, Jartis and Prologue, what are your initiative count? Dexterity. What's your dexterities? 1 and 2? Okay, Jartis, you would be going before Prologue then. You both got 4s, so that's how we decide the tiebreaker on things. Fine Storm,
Dirty 20.
a dirty 20. Gotta love monks. Gotta love them.
Yeah.
Right.
I was sitting on a 20 natural, but
That's true. What did these guys get? Ooh. That's
Really should have packed some water spells.
Huh. Really? Yikes. Okay. Aberrat. Not Aberrat. I did it again. Jartis. Your modifier for Dex is 2. What is your score for Dex?
My total stat?
Your Dex score, yeah, total stat.
15.
15? Yikes. Roll again. Give me another...
Jartis, roll.
Jartis, give me another D20 roll and tell me what the result is. Just straight D20.
6.
6? Okay. And for the general. Okay. Who is at that number? So, up first is gonna be you, Fine Storm. You would have caught and seen the fact that one of the crew members in the dying light has been just randomly pierced through by a harpoon and pulled off of the boat. As far as what is doing it, you don't quite know. Let me
Sound
first,
the
before
alarm.
we jump into this. You're on this right screen. Okay, good. I did that. Let's get this into the right screen. There you go. So you were on the crow's nest. Sounding the alarm. There is a bell next to you. Take your
That's
action.
yeah,
start
what it's
ringing.
for. Okay. I take my action for the ringing, and then I go down the pole. What time of day is it?
It is dusk. Towards the end of dusk. Almost night.
So awesome. I find the closest shadow.
Okay. And rogue stat stuff. You can do a hide action as a bonus action. So give me a hide roll. Stealth check.
Jeez, that's bad. 13.
13. Wow, that for you that's bad.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Ooh. Oof. Okay, so on the 13 stealth check, you manage with your movement to get down at the base of the mast, it is that you're stationed on top of, and start to try to hide in amongst the crates and boxes, waiting for them to, whatever it is that's assailing you, to make its way to the top of the boat. That's your action, movement, and bonus action done. It's going to go to your Londriel. You're on the back of the boat, and you don't fully understand what's going on. You hear the bells going off. The alarm has been sounded, so you know something's going on. What do you do?
Okay, I am going to... Oh, shit. I'm going to hand the the fishing pole back to the crewmate who lent it to me. And I'm going to say, reel this in, check on your captain. And then I'm going to pick up the dead fish by the gill and then turn Jardis around with me to push him forward to the top of the deck to figure out what's going on. So I am going to... What's that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then look over the edge.
So if you want to push Jartis with you and give him some movement stuff, that'll take your action to do. Like, if you want to move him with you, it'll take your action to move him with you and have your movement to 15.
Yeah, then I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Then I'm just going to turn him around as in, like, come on, let's go. And I kind of, like, push
tap on
him
the
forward
shoulder.
a little bit. Yeah.
Spin him around. Well, tap on the shoulder much lower because he's much shorter than you.
Yeah, now I'm going to look over the edge.
Okay. Give me a
see.
perception check.
17.
17. When you look over the side of the boat, you look right and see nothing, then look left, and you see this scaled, barnacled, fish-encrusted and seaweed-covered, green humanoid figure climbing up with blade in hand as it hits the top of the deck and begins pulling itself over. It looks hostile intent, has a harpoon on its back, but a trident in the front of its hand.
Okay, I'm just gonna go.
2 of them on this side in total. You can see 2 of them.
I'm just gonna go, nope, and lift up my halberd and point it at him, and I'm going to cast. I get to it. Where's it at? Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt.
At second level.
Go for it. Give me an attack roll.
Just out of reference, is that hitting this guy right here?
Yes, that would be the one.
Okay.
Because this
Nat 20
position...
to a total of 26.
Nat 20 to... Nat 20.
Nat 20, I will take a picture of it.
Well, that's beautiful. So the position where your Londriel is over here is equivalent to right here. But it's on that it's on the upper deck area. That's why it's in a different location. So you can still see this area. So Nat 20, that hits. And the damage is doubled. This is one of those spells that does get double damage for natural 20s. So roll me that damage.
Ooh,
Give
boys,
me that
that's a
sweet,
lot of
sweet
D6s. I gotta pull them out. That takes all of my extra D6s.
Oh, goodness.
That's not bad. Not bad at all. So that's 18 times 2.
36.
36.
You point your halberd down over the edge, and how do you want to do it?
It just like splits the top half of him like down the middle like this, and he just like falls backwards into the ocean.
Okay, yeah. Cool, awesome. You reach out with your halberd, you focus that energy on the tip and the blade of it itself. The blade begins to glow. For Fine Storm, Aberrat, and Jartis, this is all fairly new stuff. I mean, Abrat, you might have seen him in combat once or twice. I can't quite fully remember, but seeing him cast this and casting it through his halberd, it's unique. It's different. This beam of energy just formulates and then just launches. And it's not a ball of any kind. It is a line. And it goes forward, hits the top, extends, splits this creature in two, and then peels and then falls into the ocean and starts slipping away as it dies and disappears into the ocean depths. Very good. That was your action and movement.
Action.
Bonus
Yes,
action?
I have a second attack. Actually, right? No, that's a spell. Never mind.
That's a spell, so the spell takes a full action.
But I can do. Okay, I'm gonna touch. Oh, he's not next to me. Yeah, he's not close enough. I was gonna do a cantrip. Never mind. I relinquish my turn.
Okay. After you, it is the crew's turn. This crew member is actually dead. Very dead. Gone in the depths. You have no idea where they are anymore. The crew on the deck... So, actually, real quick, this is a fun point to announce. I discovered a thing with Roll20 that you can do. If you click on your character to move it, and then right-click, and you hold both, it'll measure out how far you're moving it.
Oh.
Oh,
So that's a 40 foot. So I discovered that by accident today. They are all going to disappear below decks. So I'm just going to move the crew members away. And as far as what the rest is going on, you don't fully know. Etonis, by the helm right behind you, your Laundriel, is going to look at you and be like, I've got to keep my hands on the helm. You've got this, right? This kind of stuff happens all the time. Nothing serious. You'll handle it.
Yep, I say, and I get ready for my. Oh man, I should have used my bonus. Continue. Sorry.
Jartis, what you see is the person that your Laundriel handed the fishing pole to. He's looked at it, considered pulling in the new fish on the hook, and then just goes, yeah, cuts the line, and then begins hopping into the seat of the ballista right behind you. There's nothing you can do yet. It's their turn. You can only act and do things. You can say a short line of some kind, but you can't
am
take
I
any
in the
actions.
way? Can I at least not be in the way?
You're not actually in the way. You're in you're in the front of the boat. So
Okay.
to give you a frame of reference, that red square you see,
That's the front?
so the red square where you're at, that's the rear of the boat.
Yeah.
That is the rear ballista.
Oh, they're moving to the front ballista?
They're actually sitting in the rear ballista.
Okay.
They were right by it. Literally right by it. So they're just cutting the line not to lose the fishing hook, because you can always tie on another fishing hook, or the fishing pole, and then climbing into the seat. But it takes him his turn to climb into the seat of the ballista. He can't fire off anything. Plus, he can't see anything right now, because all the bad creatures are still on the side of the boat, not actually on it. But that's what you see going on. That's for frame of reference. After the crew is Abarat. Let me get who's on deck. Okay, with other people on deck.
Okay.
Abarat, what are you doing?
I'm gonna look over the side, and this guy that's right next to me. He looks. Does he look? No, he looks like a fish dude as well, right?
He does. But give me. What's your passive perception?
22.
22.
Fishman.
He looks a bit more capable.
All right. I'm going to look down at him, and then I'm going to hold my hand out, and spores will just start to coalesce into my palm, the palm of my hand, as I say in Primordial, the blight shall take you. And I just pour it over him and I cast blight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. What does Blight do? That's new for us all.
Yes, it's a level 4 spell. It's brand new for me. It's 30-foot range, vocal somatic, instantaneous. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw DC 15.
Con saving DC 15. All right, let me roll that for you quickly. He rolled a 9, so total of 12. He failed.
Ooh, he takes 8d8 necrotic damage.
8d8 necrotic damage. Wow. All right, roll me
That's
that 8d8.
42 necrotic damage.
You rolled 42 out of 8d8.
Yep.
At level 4.
I rolled it.
Holy crap.
I rolled it on D&D Beyond, so you can see it. But
I saw
yeah,
it.
42.
You saw? Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Great. I'm gonna have to refine my random encounter.
Oh no!
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Did you just eat that guy too?
42
Yeah,
light
so
damage.
Aberrat.
Sorry,
Tell
folks.
us
My
how it's
girlfriend
done.
just got home.
No,
so
that's good. You're good. now.
as the spores land on his head, probably he's looking up at me, I assume, and get in his eyes and his face
is.
and his mouth.
Okay, yeah, no, carry on. Yep.
The energy, the necrotic energy in the spores just start to pull all his life essence out, and he just starts to wither up from his face going down
Perfect.
until he just falls back to husk, basically.
Perfect. So, I'll find Storm, you're not in the crow's nest anymore, so I can't give you that full description. You
Yeah.
wouldn't see it fully. But, yeah, you reach your hand out and these spores begin to formulate and just pour out of it. They're little tiny specks of dust you would think would be brought back by the wind as the ship begins to continue forward through the seas itself. But they don't. They have a purpose. They have a being in mind. They reach forward and fly with unusual speed towards this creature and begin to attach to its eyes and paws, entering through its mouth as it starts to dry up. An amphibian being losing all of the moisture inside of its skin and body, turning into this mummified husk before losing grip on the side of the boat and falling back into the seas. Splash, loss. It is gone. That's your action. Movement and bonus action?
Movement, I'm going to move to right next to Prologue, and then I'm going to whisper in Primordial to myself, the flame shall take all, and bring, with a bonus action, bring into my right hand a flame blade. Oh wait, no, that's a spell as well. I can't do that. Never mind.
Is it a cantrip?
No, it's a second level spell.
Okay, no, you can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't do that. So no bonus action. Just move.
No bonus action, just move. Okay, cool. Perfect, right. After you, Abrat. This one manages to get to the top of the deck and move over to you, Prologue.
That's a mistake.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. You hear it say something. What languages do you speak, Prologue?
Muted.
We got Common, Elvish, and Loxodon.
Common, Elvish, and Loxodon, you have no idea what this thing is saying, but you hear it say something in guttural tones. You understand it to be a language of some kind. Something is being spoken to you, and it's like...
What language was it?
The language is Sahugan.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know that one.
So I don't think any of you know this language. It's very rare, very different. And it is going to take 2 attacks at you. It's taking 1 bite and a spear. First, the spear. It takes both hands hold of this spear-like formation in front of it and jabs forward towards you. Does a 17 hit you?
It does not.
I thought not. And then after it misses, you definitely move out of the way, but it continues forward to your surprise and then lunges forward with these sharp, pointed teeth. 15 does not hit you either.
Nope.
Reaches forward, but you bring your shield up just in time to have it latch on top of the shield with its teeth that it continues trying to stab at you with its spear while still holding on to your shield. It is trying to attack you, but not succeeding at doing so. The other one over here, I keep trying to move it on the screen on top, but I can't actually because it's not in control. Difference accounts. Would go for Fine Storm, but didn't see Fine Storm because it rolled a 5 for its perception. So your 13 stealth was still good enough.
Wow.
Yeah. And it is, ooh, hang on. Let's get a measurement in here. Because it definitely would go for Prologue if it could. It can, so it will.
Good.
It is going for Prologue. Another one comes up. Abrat, you see it, and you can see it getting close to you, but while you think maybe it's going to go for you, it lunges its spear forward. You dash out the way, but you were not the intended target. Prologue was. Prologue, it is making an attack against you with advantage. 2, 1 spear and 1 bite. That was crap. And that was also crap. So 13 misses with the spear. It goes forward. You still have 1 latched on top of your shield. It's gonna try to bite at you. Maybe a little difficult to try to figure out how to come away from this if it didn't roll 2 natural 1s. So, even with advantage, it misses. I'm not rolling well, everyone.
Bites down too hard and breaks the tooth.
Bites down onto your leg, but can't get through the skin. That's their turn. The big bad's already dead. 1 hit killed. Jartus, it's your turn. Prologue, you're on deck. This might be a 6-second combat.
I think,
Where are you, Jartus? Let's find out, shall we?
I'm on the back.
You're on the back, so you're
Just down
here. You have... Let's measure it for everyone to see.
70 feet.
It's 75 feet for one and 70 feet for the other.
Okay. I think I'm going to... So if I cast Wild Shape, what is my knowledge of the beasts that I can become?
You
Is it
have...
things that we've seen while this campaign has been in play, or things... Do I have a knowledge?
In general, you would have general knowledge of various creatures. Actually, this is something we should have talked about beforehand, but I forgot about. So we'll have to... I'll cover a few creatures with you later on. What would you like to turn into? I'll let you know if it's something you've seen.
I would like to become a bear.
A bear? So,
Yeah.
for preference here, a bear is not something you would have seen on the Shallows. However,
Okay.
for you in particular here, a bear is something you would have learnt about and read about.
Okay.
So, for you, creatures you have read and learnt about, I will allow you to turn into. Because your backstory severely limits you as a druid to turn to wild shape into creatures.
Okay.
But a bear is something you can definitely turn into. It's a general creature. Common knowledge.
So I use up 1 casting of Wild Shape for become the bear.
And you turn into a bear. Which surprises the crap out of the guy in front of in the ballista.
As soon as I hear the bear noise, I turn around and I'm like, what the hell?
Jartus isn't there anymore, it's a big bear.
Can I cast magic when I'm in Wild Shape?
You cannot.
You get
Okay. What
That
is my
is-
range as a bear, movement-wise?
You know what? I don't need this stat block anymore, he's dead. Let me look that up for you quickly.
I got it. You
Brown bear, cave bear, black bear.
Yeah, tell me.
Is cave bear like grizzly status?
I'm not going to tell you. Choose.
Cave bear.
Cave bear, brilliant. They're all the same. Your movement is 40 feet. So for each action, you have a combat action, a bonus action, and a movement action. You can move up to 40 feet while still taking your bonus and your combat action. But you can also use your combat action to do a dash action, which allows you to move an additional 40 feet. So you can move up to 80 feet. It would... you wild-shaped. Let me rephrase all this. This is normal stuff. You can do that and move up to 80 feet. However, you are not a druid of... Are you a druid of the moon? Because that might change things. Crap. What are you?
I see that?
It's a subclass that you choose.
Yeah, he's the Circle of the Moon druid.
Circle of the Moon.
Yeah,
You
Circle
are
of
a
the Moon,
druid
yeah.
of the moon. Which means I believe your wild shape is a bonus action. They're a bit broken. Beautiful, but broken.
That link I just sent you, Ben, is your stats as a cave bear.
As a bear?
As a cave
As a
bear.
cave bear.
That's your current stats. That's what you are. No, it's still an action.
I think it becomes
A bonus action like
later
bonus
on.
action 11 or something like that. So down the road, something to look forward to. But you can move up to 40 feet this round because you changed into this bear, and now you have a bonus action and movement left.
Okay. A bonus action and movement?
Yep.
Bonus action could be just an action skill class, right?
It could, but you are a bear right now. And as a bear, you don't have any bonus actions you can use.
Okay. So a bonus action is different from an action?
It is.
Yeah.
Bonus action is much lesser.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just move, and then would I be able to move and dash to be close? I just want to be in the vicinity of where all this is happening.
You could move up to this location, this point, 40 feet, your general movement. You would get much closer, and it's not a bad idea, because so when it comes down to combat, clerics are usually someone you want to keep alive. If you can't get up to the enemy, staying in close proximity to the cleric to be able to defend them is more beneficial.
I think I will hit that 40-foot square in front of your land drill.
Okay, get up to that point.
Got that bear block.
It is blocking the stairs as well, forcing them to have to come up to this area. You always got to think about things kind of in a tactical type situation. I usually try to do action, economy, maximization, but I play very strange characters, so...
So is that ballista too close to be able to hit from that other stairwell?
It's not. The issue he's having is the angle. He would not be able to angle the ballista. He's more getting into it ready for anything else that might come onto the upper deck. His priority, you might be able to tell, is protecting Etanis, who is guiding the boat right now.
Yeah.
But Yolandriel, you hear this massive roar come from behind as you turn just in time to be able to see Jartis, no longer this 4'11" satyr, but close to a 8-foot tall cave bear. Bigger than Prologue, doubling himself in size, becoming this massive thing. He charges forward as this bear and bipedal and comes forward and stops at the top of the stairs for the round. Still probably running, but you know how the rounds go. Difficult at times. That being your turn, Prologue, it's you.
Prologue.
First off, I don't see Bill on this ship. Should I be able to?
You don't know where Bill is. You should be able to, but To be fair, and to be honest, as this combat was going, I realized I hadn't even added Jartis or Fine Storm to the map.
Cool.
So, Bill's on the boat. He's not on the upper deck, though. You can't see him.
Okay, well, that's the primary. We just need to make sure he's not on the upper deck. Okay, so
Primary,
in that case, we're gonna rage.
Perfect.
And then we're gonna. Let's see here. Bring on the rage. Which one is it? Hold on. Oh no. My weapon seems to have been. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay. Very good. So we're gonna go ahead and.
I've got two
We're
around
gonna
them. One of them's
reckless
attached to your
this
shield.
fella.
Perfect. Going for the one on your shield. Tell me how you're attacking it.
Okay, so it's on the shield. No, it'd be this side. So he's on the shield. We're going to yank the shield down and sweep the neck is the plan.
Perfect. Give me an attack roll. Nice. I like the visual of that.
So that is 24.
20, that hits.
Okay. Bug. 9 damage.
9 damage. You yank the shield down, managing to bring the shield out of its grasp. It kind of looks at you up, brings its jaw up, and you launch your axe up. Still getting a little used to using a one-handed axe as opposed to two-handed. You mistime the strike. Don't manage to get the neck, but you do get the chest and deal a big gash across it. As you do, you don't see red blood coming from its wound. There's this green, thick ichor coming from it itself that begins to pour down its chest as it just looks at you and goes... It's still alive. Give me another. You have 2 attacks, though.
Attack number 2. So we did a down, up, and then we're going to come down on the top is the plan.
Perfect.
Is that weird?
No, it's not. Go for it. Go for it.
Recklessing, obviously. That'll be a 21.
That hits.
Better damage, better damage, better damage.
Better, 12.
12. Perfect. How you doing this, Prologue?
I have a
Oh, okay. Okay, well, then, yeah, we're going to do it just like we said. So we did the shield down, attempt, slightly missed, and then we're going to bring it down right on the top of its head.
You bring your axe up, deal that damage to its chest, see the blood pouring out, then bring it around and just bring the axe head on top of its head. You hear this solid shunk as it cracks through the skull of this creature and goes clearly into the brain of it. For a second, you hear those gurgles of as it becomes limp and is a little stuck in your blade until you wiggle it and the body falls to the ground on the deck.
I have a reaction.
What's your reaction?
Abrad's using fungal infestation and bringing it back as a zombie with 1 HP under his control.
That's a reaction? That's awesome.
Reaction.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Just some fungal spores come around you, Prologue, and enter the body on the ground, and then it just stands back up.
These fungal spores that, again, you can see the spore. I mean, you've been in Quayla during the spore season of the trees. You know what spores look like in the air. It's strange to see visibly. But you see these visible spores wrapping around you, clearly avoiding you, staying a good distance away from you and then going into the body itself. And the body begins to just suddenly spurt small mushrooms and fungal growths on top of it as it starts to go eyes now rolled up. The gash still in its skull and its head, filled with fungal growths, as it begins to stand up again.
I assume Brilla could tell that this was coming from Aberrat, or no?
It's fairly
it would have been
obvious.
some-
It's fairly obvious,
very
yeah.
good. In that case...
Although, this is new. This is the first time
Yeah.
you've ever seen Aberrat do something of this kind.
But I've seen him use spore stuff before.
You have, but this, for Prologue, this is the first time you've ever seen something like this happen. This is new magic for you, or new works of any kind for you. Same thing for
Okay.
your Laundriel, Firestorm, and Jartis. You've never seen something like this happen before.
Yuck, I say.
Okay, well, Prologue was thinking about doing some moves, but with this zombie thing in front of him, he's going to stay right there. And instead of moving, he's going to say to Firestorm's direction, Firestorm, go find Bill. And that's the end.
Okay. That is to the top of the round. Your Laundriel.
It'd be fine, Storm.
Fine Storm. Thank you. I missed a number there. That's what I was doing wrong. Fine Storm. You're up.
Why did Prologue have to say that?
I know. I'm a little
So I can
disappointed
get
too.
the kill.
Could have killed that thing.
No more of that, young Padawan.
How am I supposed to prove myself if I can't kill things?
Throw a dagger and still go find him?
I don't have any daggers.
Oh, you don't. That's right.
Monk.
I mean, the
I
stairs
mean,
are
a
right
monk
there.
could, but yeah, I know the stairs are right there.
Pass by an attack. You're a rogue too. You can use your bonus action for movement.
I'm also a cat. Yeah, exactly.
Excellent point.
So 25 feet to there.
25 feet to there.
And I don't know where there goes. So
There goes below
There goes.
decks.
to here. Oops. So 25 feet gets me there. Ish.
Yes. Yep.
Do I see anybody?
You see a lot of people. When you scramble down those stairs, first off, are you bothering to take wide enough berth from this creature? Or are you
No.
running by its attack?
I'll run by its attack.
It is going to take an attack of opportunity against you.
That's nice.
I'm rolling crap. Okay. 10.
No.
Okay. It spins its spear around and jabs back towards where it thinks you're going, but really misses and mistimes what it's doing. But you get below decks, and when you get below decks...
Question.
Yep.
Does my repose work on attack of opportunity?
That is an excellent question. Let me double check for you here quickly.
Of course.
That is a very good question. I forgot you took that feat.
Well, it came with my martial arts, but yeah.
It did, yeah. Which... very unique. Hang on here. Riposte. So with that feat, good point here actually is that feat only gives you 1d6 to use, so you can only use riposte one time during really any combat.
Yeah.
And it is a reaction. It's still super useful and super great. A melee attack against it. It does. It's a melee attack, and that was a melee attack. Doesn't specify whether or not
Anyway.
it's opportunity or not. So, if you wanted, I do
Yeah, I
believe you
guess.
could use your riposte.
That'd be an interesting run by, but no. Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
I'm downstairs.
The crew members who went downstairs are now scrambling around the hammocks, waking people up, telling them the ship is under attack. People are starting to scramble and get into shape. With your passive perception, you don't see Admiral Bill in this area.
Where should he be?
From
Where was
the,
his quarters?
the days you've been here, you would have gathered he's below decks. He's in the hold itself.
Okay.
He's found himself
So-
a little hidey hole.
That would be 30 feet. So I'm up to 55 feet.
Yep. Which, with Rogue, you can use your action as dash, or your bonus action as dash.
I'm using my feline.
Oh, you can move so far.
Yes, I can, because I can still use my dash.
It's disgusting. It's brilliant. I love Finestorm already. Great. What's your total movement?
My total movement's 40.
40.
So right now I'm on an 80 movement.
With the feline. You... With your 80
Feline is
movement...
checked.
Yeah, you would be able to get to your 80 movement and then... So he is at the front of the boat in the hold behind another sequestered location. So it's the same kind of build out as where Prologue, Jartis, and Yolondril are sleeping. It is a built up wall with stoppers in place to hold the wall in place and a door situated to sequester him away from everything else. But he's in the hold, and the door's not open, so you don't know if he's reacted or if he's woken up to the alarm going off, or any of the sound coming from the boat.
55.
And I don't have the
There
hold
would be
in place here.
Yeah,
so
I'm just going to assume on this 25 more feet would get me to that point.
he would be, if you're looking at the hold, basically where this guy is. Let me get to the right location.
Right.
But in the hold area.
So 40 more feet on a dash would get me to there at his door.
Yep.
Knocking away. Ting, 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 ting.
Pounding away at the door. You hear this.
Everybody else just saw a blur.
Yeah.
Just
A black
12
blur.
seconds.
You hear
12
this.
seconds to ring the bell, drop down, and go into the hold.
Incredible. They all see this black blur go by. You see one person, Wisp, kind of react to, what was that? Bells. And then get out of his hammock itself. You get into the hold, go up to the door, start pounding, and at the end of your turn you hear this, yeah, what's going on?
Under attack.
What? Then we move on to your Lord Rule. Now it's your turn. Crew's on deck.
Let me check out this map. Okay, I'm gonna come to right here, and I'm going to cast another guiding bolt at level 2 at the last remaining guy on deck.
Who is... Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Give me the measurement tool. Yep. Well within range. Give me that attack roll. Level 2.
Not as good as the last one. 16 hit.
16 hits.
I don't know why that took my brain so long to do. Just hit 6. All right. Getting stuck in this dice tower. Damn it. Okay, that wasn't as good. 13 damage.
13 damage.
Radiant.
13 radiant. You send this bolt out towards this creature. It is currently trying to find a way to get in towards Prologue to kind of stab at it with its spear or bite at Aberrat in some way, as Aberrat's a little closer than Prologue. Comes out, slams against its shoulder, lurches back and goes... Looks like you really hurt it, but it's not dead yet.
Okay, and
The
then...
next attack against it does have advantage, though.
Yes, it does. I'm also going to use the cantrip. 1 second, let me find it. I'm going to do Sacred Flame. 60 feet, 1 action. Oh, that's 1 action. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn it, not a bonus action. My bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna stand there.
All right. Jartus, right next to you, you see Yolandru come up next to you, hold his halberd out again. I want to say blade, but it's a halberd. Halberd out again, that glowing blade comes up, launches out, slams against his shoulder, kind of cuts into the creature. The creature survives this time, but it is severely injured. Up next is the crew. They continue about doing their stuff. After that, Aberrat.
You know, I just realized
Excellent.
I never took an action.
Loser.
But that's fine. Keep going. I
You're
just
right.
realized nothing
You're
I
right.
used was an
Yeah.
action.
That was your bonus.
Movement bonus. Yeah. I'm gonna do my wild shape to do symbiotic entity,
Okay.
and I'm getting 28 temporary hit points. That's an action.
Okay. That's an action to do.
28. Not 128, just 28.
Just 28.
I'm not going to move, but I am going to smile at the guy now standing in front of me. And I'm gonna say in Primordial, the flame shall take all, and summon that, as a bonus action, that flame blade into my hand.
All right. This thing that you've all accepted into your crew has suddenly become enveloped in these spore-like entities. And then suddenly you hear in a sudden language, Jartus, you would understand it. You would hear the flame shall take all. And then out of nowhere see this flame blade come from Jartus's or Aberrat's hand. I'm mixing your names up, I'm sorry.
We're
But
both druids.
Hey,
You're
druids.
both druids. It works. You know, a druid is a druid. A horse is a horse, of course. But this flame blade come out of the hand, out of nowhere, as they just smile at this creature that is hissing at them both.
Alright, now the zombie gets to go.
It does. You're right.
He gets-
Immediately after
he
your
gets
turn.
to take one step to that space right next to his buddy and make one attack.
Yep.
That's all he gets to do.
Fungal growth fifth creature. Good grief. English, it's not my language, even though it is my first. What is it doing?
It's making one attack with probably its bite, because that's its natural weapon that
Okay.
it was last used.
Would you like to roll it, or shall I?
Sure, what am I rolling? D20 to hit,
D20 plus 3.
plus 3. Okay. I rolled a 5.
To 8. Lurches forward, but it's a little slowed by its fungal growths. As it sends itself towards its friend, the friend lurches back and you hear a few guttural hisses and growls towards it, as the friend is a little confused to what's going on, but then sees the fungal growths and shakes his head, knowing what's happening.
My final thing is on its turn. When its turn begins, I have a reaction.
Okay. Their turn. What's your reaction?
Excellent. My reaction is to do Halo Spores because it's currently within 10 feet of me and it's starting its turn.
Sure is.
It's gonna take 1d6 necrotic damage.
It's
if it fails, it's con save.
Con
of DC.
save first, right. What's the DC?
15.
It rolled an 18.
Oh man, it's saved.
It's saved.
It would have actually taken more than 1d6, but it's saved, so it doesn't actually take any.
Great. Okay.
Rough.
It will attack its friend with a spear attack first. With a natural 20.
Well, its friend's dead.
Its friend's
Again.
dead. It lunges forward with the spear, piercing through the chest and then pulling out. Instead of blood coming out, you see this puff of spores emit from the chest of the creature as the creature falls to the ground, deflating to a degree as spores just out of it. That is finally gone. And then it is going to take its bite against you, Prologue. With advantage,
Nay.
because you reckless last turn. Thank God for the advantage. Nope.
What's going on?
12.
Wait, did you roll for advantage on that attack against it since my guiding bolt?
Fair point. Fair point.
Oh.
Roll
Backwards
one more time. One more time
Yeah,
plus
let's just
3. Snap.
Ah.
What's
Hey,
going
guess
on?
what? I rolled a 5 again.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Not,
God.
didn't
Alright,
matter.
Never mind.
Didn't matter in the end. Good call, though. Thank you for that shout.
Almost forgot.
I put the indicator on there and I forgot all the same. So, that is it. It is trying to attack. It is then going to look around, see that no one else is coming to its aid, and run. Aberrat and Prologue, you both get attacks of opportunity as it runs out of your range.
I have no
I could have killed it.
You don't have a reaction,
No.
Aberrat, so it's just
Correct.
Prologue. Just Prologue.
Okay.
Rookie move.
Rookie move. Don't
It is a
My-
rookie move, but not a
take
smart
it like a
creature.
man. Die.
9.
Hmm.
Oh, bummer.
Doesn't hit it. Let's see, okay. It was here. Let's use this new feature. Yep. It runs, jumps off the boat, and you hear a splash. And then nothing else. Looking around, you don't see any other creatures coming on top. You don't see anyone else coming to action. Finestorm, you knock and pound at the door. Eventually, a tired and disheveled Admiral Bill comes to the door, opens it up. But with your passive perception, you hear the silence on top of the deck, and that everything has calmed down. It's like, what's going on? Are we under attack?
Some fish people attacked us, but I think they've cleaned it up by now. I was just ordered to come find you,
Oh,
to guard.
yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Finestorm. I appreciate it. You're taking to your duty seriously. Thank you very much.
Duty.
It pains me every time. I'll leave you to it, though. I mean, that happens all the time.
I'll look
Right.
around the room, just give it a quick look secure. Nothing hiding in the room.
Give me a perception check.
Oh no, an actual perception check. That's going to be a 28.
Oh,
You made me roll it.
Not a thing. Not a thing. Nothing.
Unless it's legendary heroic hiding item.
crates,
Okay.
supplies, other things. There's nothing in this room. Nothing in the hold.
Okay. I'll let him go back to sleep and I'll close the door.
He thanks you again as he closes the door and goes back to sleep. The rest of you on deck, there is nothing else climbing on board.
I'm gonna look at everyone.
Prologue's still in the rage.
Yeah.
He wants to go to where the thing jumped over and have a,
Go
see
fishing.
if he sees anything to jump in after.
As you peer over, you see a thin trail of green blood leading away from the boat as the boat continues to move forward. There's nothing else.
Okay.
And from the
Prologue
looks of it,
spits in its general direction and turns around.
I'm gonna ask, anybody need healing?
Abrad's going to lean down over the remains of his fungal zombie and then belch. And then stand up and walk back to the front of the boat. Boat.
I'm gonna lift up the fish I caught because it's still in my left hand. I never dropped it, and I'm gonna say, I got some food for us.
sun's going down.
Celebration of victory!
That's right, I've already eaten.
The crew begins to shuffle up from the bottom of the deck. We're under attack. What's going on? Captain Sawbray comes out of her quarters. Why is so much noise going on? Oh, wrong voice. Why is so much noise going on out here? I'm going back to bed. Turns around and closes the door. Etonis is like, I'll take some of that fish when you get Gorham to cook it up. Or when you cook it up yourself.
We shall see, I say, as I tap Jardis on the giant shoulder and then squeeze past him down the steps to get to the base, to get to the where to cook this mess hall.
The mess hall, you know where it is very, very easily. The crew helps you with cleanup, moving things around. Gorm, who's now awake, guts the fish for you, tells you he will save the opal scales. They are worth a good penny. Do you want to assist him in this? Scaling the fish?
Yeah, because
Yeah?
I'm gonna give him some after he's done.
Okay. He will roll with advantage. And thank you for the assistance. The first roll was a 5. The second was a 17. So, add to your inventory, Andrea, opal scales.
Opal scales.
With
I'm
an
also gonna
X1.
give him
So times 1.
what?
He will say, I never leave the ship. So when you sell these, just give me a cut.
I just go, yeah, deal. And I extend my hand to him.
He eagerly shakes, cooks up the fish, and the crew who woke up wait for the fish to be cooked because it's a delicacy. And they eat it.
Oh, Prologue's getting in on that fish eating also.
Yes.
It is a celebration of which Bill explains in the time frame. He does come up hearing the commotion and everything, that the attacks of these kinds have been increasing as of late. They used to not be as prevalent as they are now. However, more things have been coming from the depths of the oceans to assault boats traveling through. They suspect, he himself suspects, that it is a result of high season lessening towards the islands. It's been about a year now since high season has affected the northern islands. They haven't felt its effects for a while. But in the next morning,
After the sleep happens, after the cleanup, after the wonderful, fine enjoyment of the rainbow fish that your laundry will caught. Fine storm. In the crow's nest, where you've been sleeping, you wake up to Saul Teak shaking you awake. Like, Island ahoy! Something's in front of us. Prologue, what's your point?
I just wanted to individually congratulate Apparat on his excellent kills and Finestorm for his speed in response to my command. That was all.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Finestorm and Apparat, do you have any response to those congratulations?
A kill would have been better.
Yes, a kill is always better, but not always needed.
But I will follow your commands. This one will follow your commands.
Snods?
Albert will just nod to Prologue when he congratulates him and says, "I will do what is necessary."
Okay.
So I look the island over, or look the object over.
Your passive perception, again, is painfully high. If it was Abrat, I would make him roll. But for you, it's above 25. So you can tell easily. This island's moving.
Captain?
She is currently at helm. It was Etonis during the night shift, so she gets the nice early mornings. Looks up like, yes?
We've got a moving island dead ahead.
What?
We've got an object with the mass of a small island, and it is moving. Can I tell which way it's moving towards us, or?
It's moving, in general, kind of towards you. A little bit more south, but still towards you.
I relay that information.
Well, I'm curious. Let me know if I'm heading towards it. I'm going to start moving towards it.
Okay, I will guide her.
She starts moving towards it. It's early mornings, and given the interruption of the late night, some of you might not be asleep. Abrat, you might hear this.
Out of curiosity, did I get a chance to do a trance last night, or were we interrupted?
You would have been able to, but
Okay.
for those, the trance is a shorter time frame. For Jartis, Prologue, and your Laundriel, you would have had to get a full night rest, so you probably would not be hearing this. This is early in the morning. Abrat, though, you probably would be, because you're on the top deck, and it's just a trance. It's not asleep. So you'd be hearing the brief shout-outs of this. You get closer, and then closer. Abrat and Finestorm.
I'm calling out distance.
Perfect. Calling out distance, you're getting much closer. Both of you, give me perception checks. I will tell you both, you're rolling against different DCs. Finestorm, your DC is easier, because you're much better at seeing things. But Abrat, your DC is still easy, but not as easy as Finestorm's.
He's also in the crow's nest.
Yeah.
21 for me.
21. Oh, is that a 5?
Only a 16. Yep.
You both still see this. The island is indeed moving. It is indeed big enough to be an island, and large in size. It has a wheat field growing on top. Wheat field of some kind, and a mansion? There's a building on top of it.
I'm relaying it all down just in case she's not looking through her glasses.
She's not. She's relying on you, and she is very curious.
Do
But
I
there
see
is
any life,
no life.
animals or human?
No animals, no human, no life of any kind. There is a scarecrow in the wheat field.
And the wheat field, does it look overgrown and unused?
It does. Overgrown, on harvest.
How about the mansion? How old
Brand
does
new.
the mansion look? How unkept? Brand new? So
It
it looks kept.
Well kept. And yeah. While you're looking, while you're approaching, Abrat with your 22. Fine Storm, you get distracted by the wheat field. For a second, you swear one of the scarecrows might have moved. Abrat, the building disappeared. And then after about a minute, reappeared. You get much closer. The calls have been put out. Jartis, Prologue, Eulondriel, you're awake at this point. You know that there's an island nearby and that the island is moving. You know what's going on. And Prologue, for you in particular, because I think you're the one who's going to care about this, you would understand that Captain Sabre is intending to intercept.
Prologue will go to the captain and say, "Is that the living island? The living forest?"
I don't know. I've never been to the living forest. And this thing is clearly living. So it could be a forest of wheat? Forest of trees? I don't know.
Is Bill around?
Bill is just coming on top of the deck.
I will
Bill.
call down.
Is that the living forest island?
Before I reply with that, Fine Storm, what are you calling down?
Suggest approach from cannon side. Because we've
Prologue.
only got one side done.
Yep, the other side is still being worked on. You hear that called down and you see Sabre minorly adjust the wheel to approach from cannon side. At this point, Eulondriel, Jartis, do you both also come on top of the deck?
Sorry, I was muted. Yep.
Yep. Jartis?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You all see there are minor splashes in various points of this island. Fine Storm, you get the fine details of this, because again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Your passive perception is ridiculous.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love it.
I'll make it worse
Thank you.
as I level.
This is a dragon turtle. You know what they are. You're familiar with them. But this is different. The fins that you see erupt from the breaching of the water every now and then are missing skin. You see bones from time to time. It looks decrepit in where you would expect there to be flesh. And the building, it keeps doing that disappearing act. Vanishing and then reappearing. Vanishing and then reappearing. Vanishing and then reappearing. And then you look back to the scarecrows and you swear some of them have moved. You swear they're not in the same location they used to be.
That would be through a passive insight. Are they in the same
Yes, that would
location?
be. They're not in the same location. It takes you a minute, it takes you a second to think about, but no, they're not in the same location. They're really not. They are moving.
Call down Approach no further.
At this point, Bill's looking around. I'll be honest, I would pay to get on top of that.
And then I'll call down with the rest of the details. It's a dragon turtle, but it's not healthy, not alive. It's ancient, it's bony. The house keeps popping in and out, and the scarecrows are moving. This is not a safe place.
I would still pay. Your call.
Prologue says to the captain, that is not the living forest. Do not go there.
Abrad's going to walk up to Bill and say, how much?
10,000.
He's then going to turn around and walk over to Prologue.
Sabre heard that. She definitely did, and she looks at Prologue. But you say what you're going to say first, Aberrat.
When he walks up to Prologue, he goes, 10,000 gold. He's willing to pay 10,000 gold for us to go on there. I'd do it for free.
You see me peek from like behind, like to your perspective, you can't see me, but I'm like 20 feet behind Prologue, and I go, wrong guy to say that to.
That is not the mission.
Sabre looks around, looks at you, Prologue, and says, 10,000 gold? I'm sorry, Prologue, I'm doing that. Starts spinning the wheel, and then says, you'll get a fine cut. It'll be just 1 day divergence, and plus, who knows what we'll find?
Famous last words, I say.
And Etonis, right behind you, Prologue, says, for her credit, if what Finestorm said, that it's a bony entity, is true, something like that shouldn't be here. If it's undead, then it's probably along our lines to investigate.
Abrat turned nod vigorously. Prologue.
Before we cut for the night, Etonis says to you, Prologue, finally, you've got a ring to your king. Send him a message. Ask him what he thinks. We'll go along with that.
Prologue sends a message.
And before you can give that message, we will cut for the night, so we can give you a week to think about what that message is going to be. There we go, everyone. That is Tales of Andrea for the week. Holy crap, we finally did it. We got along. We're on a path. We know where we're going. We know what's going on. Prologue.
I was a bear.
Why did you roll a natural 20?
When?
For your encounters. For what you run into during
This is
your voyage.
better.
This is your natural 20.
Oh!
This is what you encounter with a natural 20. So,
Yeah,
we will see what happens next week when we come back to Tales of Andrea. Don't forget, everyone, someone type in !socials while I'm saying all this. Our social accounts have everything that we're going on and everything that's happening during the week. On Tuesdays, we have the wonderful Dungeons & Dragons game of Into the Nightmare. I got it right. Where I play Cook and Ethan plays Deshane, a rip-off of Roland Deshane.
You don't
I play Callus.
Like
I
Cook.
play Cook on Saturdays. Oh my goodness.
He needs to go to bed, folks.
Uh-huh. And
He's
I won't
been
be able
DMing
to
for 4
until
hours.
after 12 today because there's Friendsgiving going on in my house.
Yay.
Have you heard of something called earplugs? Those are so nice.
Earplugs are actually incredibly unhealthy for you to wear at your sleep because that is where your
Don't
ears
tell me
actually
that, Murray. Don't tell me that.
aerate during the night.
If you wear earplugs at a younger age, you will go deaf sooner, and I do not want to do that because I like hearing things. So I
Are
will
you
not
telling me
wear
the painful
earplugs.
itching I experience upon waking up is not supposed to be happening?
Yes, I am. Well, now that I've broken that wonderful wall for Jartus, Ben, we
I'll
will
never have
leave
a
you
quiet night's sleep
here
again.
for the night with the crew and everyone coming up to a dragon turtle who is clearly undead, swimming through the ocean with a wheat field on its back and a building that seems to be shifting from its back to non-existing. So, until next week, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. We love you all. And we'll see you Sunday. Au revoir.
Bye.
The air may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles